It picked it up. Okay. There's noise now. There's sound now. We're gonna have to hope this does it for today, because my usual settings are not working at all, so we're gonna have to jerry-rig it. And hope it works out. This is as good as I can get it for now. Don't play Big Fart. Don't you fucking dare play Big Fart. Let's try loading from this, and we'll see if it brings us to the dumbest part in the whole game. This game had a plot twist at the end of the last session that I can only describe as soap opera-esque. This is like Mexican telenovela-esque plot twist. It is completely insane. I hope I have a save that was like right before it happened, because I'd love to pick up from this part. It is absurd. This, like, there should be crying Mexican women in the background while this happens. I must apologize, Iris. Oh, it's him. This is really all my fault. I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father. I was thinking, no, it's still too late. Damn it. Let me see if I can at least see it. No, I think it's too late. I think it's too late to go back that far, but, basically, Iris is not actually Iris Wilson at all. Her dad is not Dr. John H. Wilson, Holmes's compatriot. He's some other guy. He's some other guy. And, she didn't know who she was. She thought she was Iris Wilson, and she's not. She never knew who her real papa was. He's some random asshole. And there was even a weird implication that maybe she's Susato's sister? Which makes even less fucking sense. But yeah, that's what happened last week. It was a weird one. Last week was a weird one for real. That's true. You never bring up the witches with the old Mexican woman. They have stories, dude. Mexican women have war stories about fighting the witches. Mexico is literally just StarCraft in real life between old Catholic Mexican women and witches. I promised I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Poor Mr. Iris, dude. Yeah, so the whole reason she thought that she was Dr. John Wilson's daughter is because of this. The autopsy report authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. She recognized the handwriting, but then they're like, no, it's not actually true. You're a liar. You're a little liar, Iris. You're a liaress. Construct more pylons. That if Mexico wants to revitalize economy, it definitely does need to construct more pylons. It has to construct so many more Coca-Cola pylons to feed all the people. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! Okay. No, okay, we did get here in time. We did get here in time for the dumbest plot twist in the history of plot twists. Yes! I'm glad I left a save. I'm glad I left a save right before the worst plot twist of all time. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Mr. Wilson's at all. Oh no. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. Yeah, so they implied that Susato is secretly Iris's sister the entire time. And it makes as little sense as you might think it does. It makes absolutely no sense. I wish that knife in the top left of Susato's head was actually being driven into her skull right now so that she didn't say that dumb shit. So yeah, they're implying that Iris is Susato's sister, even though she's not Japanese at all. Makes no sense. Hey, what's up, Lig Dog Hurdle? How you doing today? You fucking loud fart Douglas of sorts? This makes no sense. Like, The funny thing is, too, one of the biggest plot points in this game, like overall, stretching across all the games, not necessarily strictly main plot, but like themes of the story, is like this racism that underlies everything that goes on in England, right? Like all the Japanese characters get treated like shit while they're in England because they're Japanese. And fucking Van Zieks, the main prosecutor who you deal with every single day, is a Japanese sniffing dog. He's so racist. I guarantee you that motherfucker has calipers to take skull measurements of everyone he meets. And nobody knew. Nobody saw that Iris was half Japanese, at least. Literally at least 50% Japanese. Nobody realized. In a country that is almost entirely homogenous, just white Englishmen. Nobody realized she was half Japanese. It's so dumb. It does. It makes a little bit too much sense. That's the issue. This plot twist is blowing my mind for how much sense it makes. What? What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. The one cool thing, like legitimately that's kind of sick, is that the new implication is that Dr. Wilson was never Holmes's partner. He was never the Watson at all. The actual Watson was Mikotoba, Susato's dad, and they did actually design him to look kind of like Watson, which is cool. Yujin Mikotoba, he kind of does look like Watson as described in the books. You know, he's like the strong military guy with the mustache and the bowler hat. Visually, that part works out. The part that doesn't work out is fucking Iris secretly being Susato's sister and nobody knowing. That part makes no sense. It's Herlock Sholmes, thank you very much. Legally distinct, please do not sue. This is their own original character, Herlock Sholmes. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about the supposed partner of yours? Does he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? I don't fucking know. That is true. Facts are kind of lies and truths are, well, kind of fiction these days, I would say. Because who's to say? I basically just believe whatever I read on my uncle's Facebook pages. That's my version of truth. I believe in the Bible and I believe in my uncle's Facebook. And besides that, the rest of it can shove it. How am I supposed to know? People talk about microbes and shit, but I can't see them. How do I know any of that's true? How do I know that the window of an airplane is not actually just a hologram installed to create the illusion of a globe Earth? That almost makes more sense to me than the idea that the Earth is somehow a globe. Like Animal Crossing style. That part makes no sense. Where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records from your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You've finally grasped the art of deduction. Okay, so this one line right here This is the one line that makes me think that it's not true and that it's just like leading us on a wild goose chase. Because the whole running gag of this game is that every single time Sholmes makes a great deduction, it's complete nonsense and it's all completely wrong. Like everything is just wrong from top to bottom. So this one line gives me hope that maybe this twist is not actually a twist and it's just trying to like throw us off the main line of inquiry, but I don't know. Mexican long fart number 10 remix? That's fucking racist, dude. That is a pretty long fart, I'll give you that. It's longer than I expected. I kept expecting it to end. You mean to say? Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and no, it's real, okay. It's real. Mikatoba is in fact Watson. Why? What is happening? What is going on in this fucking game? This is my great friend and partner, Mikatoba. Professor Mikatoba? Whoa! This makes no sense, by the way, just FYI. I just want to drive home that I'm not on board. I know that for a lot of this game's wacky twists and turns and antics, I'm completely on board because it's goofy and fun. I'm not on board for this one. Get me off the ride. Get me off of this fucking wacky ride. This is a bridge too far. This is just actively Banana Town. This is so stupid. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self. Eugen Mikatoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me. When was it again, Mikatoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. So here's the only thing that makes me think that perhaps Iris isn't his daughter, hopefully. The timing doesn't make any sense. He was in the country 16 years ago. Iris is 10 years old. Susato is 16 years old. So if anything, you would think Susato would be the one born in England, and Iris would be the one born in Japan. But that's not, it's like reversed. That part doesn't make any sense. So hopefully it's not true. Hopefully it was a great deduction gone wrong. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. Speaking of comfortable rooms, this place looks so fucking cozy, bro. Baker Street looks so fine. I want a big fireplace like that. Could you imagine how nice it would be to have a big roaring fire right about now? It's cold as hell where I live, man. I live in Texas. It's like 70 degrees. I'm actually turning into a popsicle as we speak. It's so cold. Like the bitter fucking cold is just tearing me apart. I'm pretty sure I'm liable to turn into a Frosty the Snowman at this rate. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and expenses with. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. 70 is cold? Oh, I misspoke, sorry. 70 is like freezing. In Texas, when it's 70 degrees, it's basically like that scene in The Thing where they open the big bay doors and like the howling icy winds come pouring in. That's what it feels like. It definitely feels like I'm gonna become like a Jack Torrance from The Shining. Just frozen in the snow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if my power goes off, I will turn into a popsicle. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory. Interesting. So Sholmes was also working at the hospital's chemical laboratory. No, I meant isn't there a scene in The Thing where they open the doors to go chase that guy into the snow and it's like all cold and chilly? Well, Star Wars works too. Just pretend I said Star Wars. That makes more sense anyway. Pretend I said Star Wars. I basically thought they smelled bad on the outside. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. Oh no. So, shit. Okay, so no, the timing actually makes perfect sense, dude. So he went to England 16 years ago, but he left England 10 years ago. So basically, Mika Toba just knocked up a random British woman and then got the fuck out back to Japan. Which is a dick move. But I guess that's just how he rolls. I guess that's what's known as doing it Mika Toba style. The Mika Toba family famously does not believe in condoms. They're morally opposed to the idea. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mika Toba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings. Yeah, the Professor is pretty fucking mysterious, dude. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. B-Machine, you're not the fucking Professor. You tried to trick me already. I'm not believing it this time. Did I see Stranger Things? I have not seen Stranger Things yet. I hear really good things about it. We do like movie nights every once in a while in the Discord, and I've been thinking about trying Stranger Things. Because I keep hearing really good things about that show. The only thing I know about Stranger Things is the big monster that has a flower for a head. I like that guy. There's a monster that's like kind of like a dog, but he also kind of has a flower for a head. And he's pretty cool. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mika Toba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. It makes no sense. That's not amazing. This plot twist makes zero sense. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But, nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. That's what Iris's mom said. Alright, let's talk about the father. Let's talk about the father. I really hope it's not him. It would make no sense. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you! Oh! On my word, Miss Usato, you are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me. Does this dude just fuck women to death wherever he goes? Is that Mika Toba's character trait? This doesn't make a lick of sense, dude. Mika Toba is a menace. Somebody's got to put the cock cage on him. Somebody has to put the big cock cage on Mika Toba. What other countries has he been to? Because we have many questions to ask. We gotta hit up orphanages in all countries in the world. Anywhere that little fucking steamboat will take people. We got a lot of questions to ask. You left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. And perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot. Just before she... No, really! You got the wrong end of the stick! Sholmes, say something, man! He's not saying fucking anything. What, it's just over? Okay, sure, why not? I guess I have to ask about the autopsy report rating first. This is weird. At least it seems like they're running it back. At least it seems like that wasn't a twist after all. Phew. Remix, I'm fucking tired of your ass. Remix, I'm fucking tired of your ass blasting farts every time I try to stream. I'm sick of it. You're so immature, and you're also immature as fuck as well. Autopsy report writing. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikitoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Shut up, Remix! I'm trying to learn about Iris's dark past. Her dark and tragic past when her father was secretly Japanese, but he also wasn't Japanese. And also Suzato's father was a Japanese British guy who was Wilson, aka Watson from Sherlock Holmes. Keep up, try to keep up, it all makes sense, okay? It all makes so much sense. Not possible, my dear fellow. Take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right, in some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense. It does not. It does not make any sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikitoba engaged? Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be a signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. It's not, it's dumb. What a complicated situation. Okay, well, at least we got updated evidence. This is really important, right? So, Mikitoba is the one who wrote this report. That's really important. That kind of changes this whole thing. Let's check our evidence once this is done being stupid, because I'm really confused. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. That is enough. Hold on. We'll pause. Pause the Iris's daddy saga. Pause the episode of Mori that's currently going on in the game, that you are not the father. Because, I want to go over the evidence we have, since it's been a week. I'll just try to refresh. Letter of introduction. A note of introduction from Mikitoba to Governor Caden. It's written on the back of a ticket for passage on a steamship.
This is Elon Musk.
Yes, it's Elon Musk. I'm not Elon Musk. Blackbird Line. Okay, so there's a steamship ticket for the Blackbird Line. Bam, bam, bam. Dismissal notice. There's a harsh reprimand. Bro lost his job. We remember all this. Remember, this is the dude who used to work at the prison who got laid off because of the big escape when the professor escaped. Photographic print of a smiling Miss Vigil in her younger years. Miss Vigil has a giant mouth, like an annoying orange character. He could have Muppet babies running all over the place. A bunch of little rugrats all over England. They're all just trailblazing in all their respective fields. It's definitely extremely possible. In fact, I think it's extremely likely. It's not likely at all. You know what else is possible, though? You know what else happened 10 years ago? The professor stuff. What if Iris Wilson is the professor's daughter? I think that's something that happens in the Sherlock Holmes stories. The Moriarty has like a secret daughter or something. So that could make sense. She could be the Devil's Daughter. Remember when we played that game? Remember when we played Sherlock Holmes and the Devil's Daughter? Famed photograph. Okay, we saw that. That's just the wife, the candelabra, the pistol. I'm remembering all this. Red-headed league. Yeah. Autopsy report. That's right. Okay, so this was actually huge evidence from the end of last week as well that I forgore. But this is so important. The autopsy report, the Chief Justice guy who runs the whole show, he's like the king of the crew. He's like the Donkey Kong. He straight up told the coroner, don't worry about time of death. Like, just forget about it. We're not going to talk about it. And his entire shtick is that he is obsessed, hyper-focused on details, like specifically time. He's always checking his watch. He's measuring things down to the fucking second, like meetings and discussions. And so the fact that he specifically told somebody, don't worry about the time, it's not important, incredibly suspicious. Incredibly fucking suspicious. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's very suspicious. So time of death, we don't know. And it even says maybe it was disguised time of death. That's right. They said that like somebody might have put him in ice to slow down the decomposition process. So we're currently looking for somewhere you could store a ton of ice under the radar. Crimes. I'm glad I'm looking over the evidence because I forgot all of this. Notice board. I don't think the notice board had anything important, but you never know. TIS board. Yeah. Venus firecracker sounds like a gunshot. Gregson dead with his big wig. Pocket watch. Wound it every single day. It's broken. Good. Okay, we got all this evidence to unlock. His ID. The commemorative photograph. The Asogi Papers. Right, so this is the professor's last will and testament. He said it was the only weapon he has left. The trunk has a piece of metal in it. It looks like a sword chip. Remember this? Passport. He was going to go to France. Port of Dunkirk, France. Oh, shit! I actually think this might be super important, and I can't remember for sure. But I think this might be like fucking mission critical. The going to Dunkirk, France thing. Because I believe it was either in this game or in the first Ace Attorney Chronicles. If you can remember that far back with your fucking puny mind. There was a scene where I think it was Susato or somebody was talking about the journey back to Japan. Specifically Japan. And they go out of their way to mention like we had to make a stop in Dunkirk on the way to Japan. Or we had to make a stop in France on the way to Japan. So it's entirely possible he wasn't going to France exclusively. He was stopping in France to get to Japan. Because I remember Sholmes was also trying to send a message to Japan as well last week. So that could be very important. I completely forgot about that. And then we just have the autopsy report. We just got this updated. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers. Interesting, but no document was found. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Okay, we looked through the evidence. We'll go back to the story now. Sorry, I just want to make sure I remember all the evidence. It's been a week. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Well, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikatoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikatoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. That's not helpful. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. When I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I have no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. Yeah, when you were just knocking up British women left and right. You just had, you have a soft heart, what can I say? They were begging him, man. Please impregnate me and then flee to the country of Japan, please. You know his ass wasn't paying alimony. You know for a fact his ass did not pay alimony. You think he can afford bowler hats that swag? On a professor's salary and paying alimony? I don't think so. Where did I go? I'm back. I never went anywhere. What are you talking about? I've decided I'm just gonna start gaslighting people and make you feel really crazy. I never got up. I've been sitting here the whole time. I never stood up and walked away. I was just sitting here all along. You're acting crazy, Sausage Toes. You're acting insane. I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you completely. Susato! And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Huh, that was cryptic.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
This guy sounds like a little gay boy,
It
man.
would only be later that I'd come to realize
It would only be later that I'd come to realize.
He sounds like fucking salad fingers, bro.
how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And
What?
that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Interesting. I feel like we didn't unearth that much evidence. Yeah, go, sucker! Hello, am I playing fucking Helen Keller Simulator? Okay, there we go. The legendary pair. Ba, 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 ba. Well, this is really getting fucking exciting, isn't it? What? Oh, it's over? Shit, okay, last episode. That was the end of episode 4. There was no trial for episode 4. It's all just like one mega trial. Shit, that's crazy. Okay, final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke and Naruhodo. We might actually finish today. That would be amazing. If we could finish Ace Attorney Chronicles today, that would be fantastic. Because otherwise, next week we're going to have like a 1-hour Ace Attorney session, baby. Woo!
The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I should do that voice for him for the rest of the game. That cutscene voice. 3rd November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. What's the matter, Pussy Zato? Why you so being a pussy about, huh? I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. She is not having it, bro. Her ass is not listening. Her ass has her AirPods in. Miss Susato? Oh! Oh shit! She took me down. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... Oh, I want to see it, man. I need to play more Pokemon, too. Last night, after I got off of Pokemon, I left the game on by accident, and when I went to turn it off, there was a fucking Pokemon standing in front of me, so I caught it, a new one. It looked like a gay Mawile. There's like a new Mawile. It has the same typing, and it just looks like worse Mawile. I was just saying I'll be relying on your support today. It's not like Mawile, though. It's not like a regional variant or anything. I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... Ah, good morning, sir. There he is, it's Van Zeeks. He's back to go to jail. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? He thanked me? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. Oh, the Fuecoco? I hope it's cool. I hope Fuecoco's final Evo is good. The second one, honestly, I'm like, I can go either way. I can see it going somewhere cool, or I can see it becoming a complete buffoon. A complete bumbling ape of sorts. But I'll have to evolve it first. I think my Whooper is about to evolve in that game too. I've been playing Scarlet and Violet yesterday, so I've been gaming. If we finish early today, that's what we'll be playing after this ends, is more Scarlet and Violet. But I doubt, I think if this does wrap up today, it'll probably go to time. Like, I don't think it's gonna end anytime super soon. I just hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you! But his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since it all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Yeah, probably a good idea, dude. Not a great idea to let people think you're a serial killer. It's not great for your social life. I think, honestly though, Van Zeeks, I think he's playing like 4D chess. I think he's so peppy and happy because, like, this is his trap, right? He's been trying to bring the Reaper of the Bailey, like the real one, out into the light and bring out the truth of the Professor case. And so, now that he is on the block, it's all coming out. Like, this case, it may not be great that he has a chance of dying if he gets convicted, but it's either way. Like, no matter what happens, if he lives or dies, he's getting the truth to be brought out. He's bringing it to light. He's feeling happy. Precisely, Remix. Thank you for illustrating my point. Thank you for letting my point go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all of this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. That's a stupid story. When I lost him, I felt as though I had lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. That's a stupid reason, Lord Van Zeeks. You a dork for that one. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obvious. I was so sure she was gonna say the line. I was so sure she was gonna say poor Mr. Zeeks. He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Oh good. We cured Van Zeeks of his racism. We rehabilitated his ass. He said, okay, you got me. I was wrong. I guess I shouldn't have hated your whole race of people. I should have done that voice. I hurt my throat. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Uh-oh. It's the fucking Mouseketeer, bro. She's back. She's back from the Mickey Mouse Playhouse to cause some ruckus. Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. I thank you. Oh, tee-hee. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh, sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Side's laboratory. I don't think that's what she's upset about, dude. Well, maybe it is. I don't even think she's pieced together the whole maybe my dad's not who he thinks he is thing. Iris's genius in this story is treated almost like magic. It appears exactly when it needs to. It's like Ganderdolf. It appears precisely when it means to, and the rest of the time she's a complete buffoon. But then at other times, she is an incomparable genius who has magical powers. It really just depends, like what the plot requires of her at the moment. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready for what? Oh yes, would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls usually dangling from your knapsack? Dangling? I meant dangling. Yes, it's a lucky charm, a little Hurley that I made once. Oh, look how cute it is. That's adorable. A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. I was told to tug on his ears. A little doll. Hey, I'll be back in 1 second. 1 second. I'm back. Don't worry, I'll stop leaving, I promise. Winks and holds my fingers crossed behind my crooked back, like a liar. I wanted to go make sure that I filled up my coffee and my water, like, before the trial started. Because I don't want to have to get up mid-trial, you know what I mean? I'm just playing. It was just a fake out. It was just a fake out get up. That was just a complete fake out get up. Okay, so I have to pull on its ears. You think what we'll need is luck? Sometimes I pull on Remix's ears too, and it does not give me any luck. It makes him use his Remix smash technique. Okay, so it's got a thing on its ass. It appears to be completely goddamn useless. I guess we'll inspect the ears, since she mentioned them. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. You suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. That's true. But I want to know! There's nothing worse than a grown-ass man with no patience. That's how you end up with those dudes who are just constantly under, like, Instagram models' pictures. saying, "Hey, sexy baby, you want to come have a fun time?" Nobody likes that. Nobody appreciates that. Nobody appreciates an impatient man. You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hasn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikitoba out all night too, do you think, Mr. Zato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jigoku. Oh, interesting. Huh, that's mysterious. Judge Jigoku, I will say, he seems like a little bit suspicious. First off, he's supposedly Japanese, and yet he looks like a Hasidic Jew. And secondly, what's a lot more suspicious is that he's the only one of, like, the Japanese trio who so far is completely irrelevant to everything, which makes me think he's secretly the most important one, which makes me think that he's secretly the most important of the three. Because this guy is literally Watson, Yujin Mikitoba. Basically, this is a group of 3 Japanese dudes who came to England 10 years ago to study and fuck around. And, one of them is Watson from the Sherlock Holmes stories. Pretty important in a game that's based on the Sherlock Holmes stories. The other one is a vicious serial killer who was the worst serial killer in English history and put to death. So they're pretty important, right? The third guy is just some dude. The third guy is just some dude with a beard. He really has not had any story impact at all yet. All he did was preside as a judge over like the very first trial, and that's it. He seems remarkably suspicious just from like a meta storytelling perspective. Judge Jigoku too? That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense of the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way inside the courtroom. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't wanna. Baby want his bottle instead. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today, I battle with another, in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Oh my god. The final court sequence? This shit's gonna be hard as fuck, bro. I don't even know what case we're solving anymore. Isn't the case we're solving just Gregson getting shot? This seems like a lot. 3rd November, 9:30. I'm just like fucking praying to God that this isn't like the final Ace Attorney 1 case. Ace Attorney 1 had a DLC case that was legitimately like absurd. Like the trials alone were like 10 hours. It was crazy. It was so hard. The Old Bailey courtroom. Hi, Suzato. It feels even more oppressive in here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh no! There he is! Oh, he's so evil, bro! This guy is so the villain. Are you kidding me? This guy is so fucking evil. He likes clocks and stuff. Only an evil man would like a clocks. Lord Strongheart? If I had to make a wild guess now, my boldest predictions for like the ultimate villains, like ultimate top level villains, the easy pick is that guy, Lord Strongheart. He's number 1, right? He's the easy pick. My dark horse pick for number 2 is gonna be, the judge, Jigoku. Mr. Jigoku. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he's the judge of the Supreme Court in Japan. He's like a super high-powered man. And we know that our boy Strongheart has been actively working with Japan for years. Like, they've been working on their foreign affairs, and they've been trying to, like, build up relations so they can create this literal new world order that Strongheart's trying to create, as he has fucking demonic lighting pouring down on him in his profile picture. So yeah, I think Jigoku is, like, possibly his little right-hand man in Japan. His right-hand Japan man. Yeah, Lord Strongheart would never... Look at his little face. He looks so innocent. He just looks so nice and sweet. He wouldn't do anything. He's a thoroughly intimidating... I think I meant to say he's a thoroughly cute man. I think that's what that's supposed to say at the bottom there. He is. He's lovable. He's just a goofball. Lord Strongheart's always walking into court and, like, tripping and dropping plates on his head. You just want to root for him. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of this judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. He changed his cane. He switched his cane to be like a little unicorn. That's actually kind of adorable. He's lovable. He's got a bunch of lovable character traits, such as having a unicorn horn. Didn't it used to be a toilet plunger? I'm 90% sure that his old cane was like a toilet plunger. I seem to remember it being some sort of, well, golden toilet plunger, for lack of a better term. And now it's clearly a unicorn. That's different. That's very suspicious, Lord Strongheart. Oh, shit! Well, it's gonna be really hard to convict the guy who is the only person who gets a say. It's like when companies investigate themselves and clear themselves of all wrongdoing. It's like, I mean, yeah, you got me there. I don't know what I do about this. The 6 jurors' flames just...
As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process.
In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart.
Yeah, I mean, you got me. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact.
Oh, you're gonna bring up his dead brother? Harsh. Harsh bud, dude. He's using his unicorn. He's using his cute little unicorn squeaky hammer.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
He is kind of unicorn horn-like. I didn't realize they were going for that with his design. I thought he was supposed to look kind of like a devil, a literal white devil. But I think it's supposed to be like a unicorn horn, that little tuft of hair going up there. I guess. I don't know. Unicorn seems weird. Somebody was telling me during one of these sessions that, like, the swan was like a royal English animal or something. It was like their royal animal, or like a whale too. Some shit about how the Queen of England is secretly Aquaman. But I never heard nothing about no unicorn being like a English thing. Maybe it is. I don't know. No, why not?
I declare the trial for the Baroque Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed?
The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution.
Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at the yard.
Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory.
I'm so glad that they're doing a recap. I'm so glad that they're doing a recap here. That's so polite of them. That's such a cool move of you. Thank you, Ace Attorney.
It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because, whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Berkeley Prison, he abetted the convict's escape.
That's not true, though. That was Daily Vigil innocent. They just think he did. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League.
Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound.
The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord.
Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. That's so cringe, dude. The fact that English people say 31st October instead of October 31st makes not a lick of fucking sense. What are you doing? 31st October? Hello? Imagine saying like the pertinent, more important information first. Couldn't fucking be me. We Americans, we say the month, the part that everybody already knows, we say that first, because it makes a little bit more sense that way. You know what I mean? It is weird that we do that. If you think about it, the rules of English in any other situation, descriptor goes first, right? Think about it like an adjective, right? Like the 31st October. The 31st October is like saying the red dog. It always goes descriptor, word it's describing. But for some reason with dates, we do it backwards. I don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense. I'll give you that one, England. If that is an English thing, and it's not just this game being a creep, they might win that round. I came around on it. They beat me this time. I checkmated my own self with facts and logic. You wanna know the real part though? This is actually like the real head scratcher. This is where it gets Inception level. In other countries, that's not always the case at all. In a lot of languages, adjectives come after the word they're describing. Which now it's just become a jumbled ball of yarn. I don't know how to make heads or tails of it, but yeah. In many countries, you describe things with the descriptor after the verb. I think, France is like that, for example. I'm pretty sure French, usually, you'll put adjectives after the noun. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details.
But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November.
1st November? Shut up! Say it right! There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There is evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly.
Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident.
It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities.
Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Scotland Yard put enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now! Hey, get the It's Lestrade! What is she doing here? State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? She has been in a shocking number of these cases for no reason. Maybe she was like a fan favorite character in the first game or something, but yeah, she really was not an important character at all. And in this one, she's been in like every other case. It's very weird. Well, in the first game, she was in like 2 cases, tops. And she wasn't really a major player. She was like a bit player in one, and then she was the defendant in one. That was it. In this game, she's all over the place. What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again, look, eh? Ah. The boss meant the world to me. He's done more for me than anyone else ever did.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life could have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina.
Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no.
What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about.
Very troubling.
That face. Lord Strongheart knew! You knew? So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Call me right up, sir.
Witness testimony. I just remembered something kind of funny. I'm pretty sure. I'm not gonna check because it doesn't actually matter at all. But I'm 90% sure that on Twitch, I literally just left my placeholder title and I never updated the title since I was running late. I usually switch the stream information like 10 to 15 minutes before the stream starts, just so that it has time to like fully update and it won't just roll back to whatever game I was playing as soon as I start the stream. And so I just give like some random placeholder title before I come up with an actual title. And I'm pretty sure today I didn't change it, so it just says Ace Attorney. It's like the least descriptive title of all time. It's like, yeah, it is, sure is. Sure is Ace Attorney. I'm 90% sure I forgot to change it. The victim's movements.
All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealers that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too.
Interesting. Meow, 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 meow. Smuggling goods. Interesting. Very interesting. Smuggled goods, you say? We gotta find out what those goods are, because that could be hugely important. It is. It's straight to the point. Just straight up Ace Attorney. Good old Ace Attorney. No beating around the bush today. Bum, 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 bum. Smuggled goods could actually be important. Because it depends on what kind of goods they are, right? If you're smuggling in goods that are like vases or some shit, probably doesn't matter. But if you're smuggling in goods that say need to be refrigerated, bum bum bum, then all of a sudden it becomes hugely important. We should definitely ask her about that. Smuggled goods?
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, okay. Oh no, he's just describing random goods. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time.
So, Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge.
And do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be! We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baroque Van Zeeks, was present.
That would be very significant testimony then.
Oh my! But Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Unicorn. Why you got a unicorn, sucker? I really want to know why he has a unicorn now. That came out of nowhere. The entire game, unless I'm being fucking Mandelia affected, unless my brain is being Mandeloed, he used to have a toilet plunger cane. He did not have a unicorn ever.
Begin your cross-examination.
I'm gonna ask about the smuggled goods. Smuggled goods.
The victim's movements.
More like bowel movements, lol. Keck. Total search of the boss's office, turned up a notebook. The boss was looking into some smuggled goods. Press that. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club.
Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I gotta do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the harm?
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do?
I insist! This is a closed court.
The proceedings are confidential.
There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked.
As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection.
Kazuma?
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Somebody mad. Strongheart's mad. Right then, I'll get to show off me reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was going to happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse.
The Grouse?
Didn't we hear that before? No, maybe not. Gregson does literally look like a grouse IRL, so maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Honestly, that could be what I'm thinking of. I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like. Does it say he's a grouse? Does it say he a MF grouse in here somewhere? It does not. Let's press this new statement first, and then I'll check my evidence again.
The Grouse? What sort of a club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kinda curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I'll tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover.
Could you though?
I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there.
I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower-ranking detective. Meow meow, meow meow, meow meow meow. No, not the armband, stupid. The Red-Headed League. Maybe it's this. Maybe the Red-Headed League was in the grouse. There's a vacancy open to a salary of £4 a week. All red-headed men should go to the park. No, they were in the park. They were in the fucking park. Blackbird line. Dismissal notice. I don't know. I don't know. This has got to be the right thing because it's a new statement, right? The new statement appeared, so this has got to be what we present some evidence against, but I don't know. Aha, let's check these articles. Let's check these articles real fast. The articles on the Reaper, maybe one of them mentions the grouse. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Okay, this could be good. Oh, it's the same red-headed... Oh, damn it, it's the Red-Headed League. Do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League? Oh, fuck that. Does this say grouse on it? Did he get this watch from the Grouse Club? Any grouse heads out there know anything about the grouse? Where's the fucking grouse stands? Where's grouse stand 42? Does it mention a grouse in here? Gregson's trunk? Maybe Gregson's trunk is a grouse. A grouse the world, a grouse the world. Let's have a look inside, shall we? Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Oh, we already looked at this. This is where we got the passport from. The date of departure was the 31st October. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Does this say grouse? I'm looking for the grouses everywhere, man. I'm grouse hunting. I'm officially a grouse hunter at this stage. I'm about to pull the ears, Iris. Iris, I'm about to pull the ears for my one phone a friend. Let's look at this. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. It's called Blackbird Line. Isn't a grouse a bird? Fact check, is a grouse a bird? This looks like a steamship ticket. The SS Boom, baby, the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse. First class cabin 001. Woo! Grouse established. Grouse discovered.
Yokohama departure, 11th September. London arrival, 1st November.
It is! Yep, it was a black bird. Let's go, baby. I definitely didn't just look at all the evidence, too, but Ranimated Bit knew. Ranimated Bit was all over that blackbird shit. The boat from Professor Mikotoba came from in Japan. It called in Dunkirk. That's where we saw it. That's where we saw the name Dunkirk before. So if you're going from Japan to England, or presumably vice versa, you have to stop at the port of Dunkirk before you arrive in Dover in England. And so, when we saw the travel itinerary of Gregson, it said he was going to France, but was he really though? Was he going to France, or was he going to France so he could then sail to Japan? That's the question. This is actually very, very interesting. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burya. I knew I saw that somewhere. I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine safely in my diary. How strange. Where could it have gone? Shut up, goofballs. Those two were just being goofs. Yeah, so Gregson's... Whatever, I don't care. Gregson looks like a motherfucking Asogi. We're gonna present some evidence! He wasn't going to a club at all! He was going to a boat club!
Objection!
Objection! I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you... Okay, so I thought when they said gentleman's club, I legitimately thought they just meant like an old-timey, like ancient British strip club of sorts, where ladies would show you their ankles for 5 pence. I absolutely thought they were talking about like some sort of seedy strip club joint, or like a brothel or something. But no, it was just like an actual gentleman's club from back in the day where people used to sit around and discuss shit. That would have been the time to be alive, man. It's like basically internet forums, except way, way less stupid. You would just roll up to this club, say you're interested in archaeology. You just show up to this club, bunch of other rich dudes there who are into archaeology, just shoot the shit. You just talk to them about stuff, have all sorts of cool shit on display. That'd be awesome. Don't imagine for a second a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do your eyes see mirrors? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Groose? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse. Oh my god, we found the motherfucking Grouse, bro. So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. The ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very Winnell. Unicorn! He has a motherfucking unicorn, bro. That's awesome. I want a golden unicorn cane so bad. Once I make my first $50 million, I'm gonna blow it all on a unicorn cane. With extra gold. Extra gold at all the fixins. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim the victim was investigating the Grouse on the 31st October. It's that thing I was just talking about that I can't find. That I literally can't find. Yes! See this. Gregson's passport says he was issued to travel to France the day before his body was discovered. The port of Dunkirk. Interesting.
Take that! Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October? What are you suggesting?
Honestly, this may be completely insane, but you want to know what I'm suggesting? The Grouse was the same ship Mikotoba was on, right? Mikotoba had to be on the same ship, because he's the one who gave me this letter of introduction. He just took whatever he had on hand, which in this case was his used ticket, and wrote the letter of introduction. So that means that when Gregson was killed, his body was on the same ship as the Japanese dudes pulling up to England, Mikotoba and Jigoku. So, I think one of them is the killer. I think one of them is either the killer or an accomplice for sure. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, what if? Look at this. What if this is Gregson? Remember how there was an incredibly conspicuous giant trunk on the day when we met with the Japanese dudes who had just disembarked from that ship? These dudes had both literally just disembarked from the SS Grouse when we met them at their hotel. I think this is Gregson. I think that's where the body was. That would be kind of crazy though. That would be a little crazy though. But why else would we have this like specific ass photograph as evidence, right? This is a very specific photograph as of his evidence. I think this is Gregson. I think Gregson was... He's done! Take him out! He's been washed! Gregson's done getting washed. Pull him on out of there now. His tumble dry cycle is over. I think he was right under our noses the whole fucking time. One of these two Japanese dudes is a murderous little son of a bitch. I want to say it's this guy because he's done nothing for the entire story, but I really want it to be Mikotoba because it would be cooler. He's literally Professor Mikotoba, so it would be cool if there was a twist where it turns out he's the professor, the serial killer. I mean, he's not gonna be, but it would be cool if he was. I think it's Jigoku. I think Jikoku's a bad man. I think he's a bad man with a master plan to steal Gregson in his tiny van. And this tiny little carry-on luggage that he brought. Maybe.
Dated 31st October, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country.
Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized.
The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there?
Ha 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 ha! I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecution's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be.
What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi?
A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord, which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception.
Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it?
The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France was to carry out a mission for the Reaper.
The Reaper?
Oh my god, that's crazy. The unicorn! I love when he strikes his fucking motherfucking unicorn gavel on the floor. That shit's awesome.
Order! What are you saying, Counsel?
It did weird me out that this character for the whole game has been wearing that, like, Pinkie Pie t-shirt from My Little Pony, but I didn't really understand why. It seemed kind of like an out-of-place design element, until I saw the fact that he had a unicorn gavel the whole time. The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Baroque Van Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had an iron-cast alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice.
And you claim that was Inspector Gregson?
What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. I don't agree. Gregson would never operate as the Reaper, man. I mean, he might have operated. Let's be honest. Gregson might be operating as the Reaper. Let's be completely realistic here. It's entirely possible that Gregson was operating as the Reaper. But he would never operate as the Reaper. He's a good man. All Gregson wanted out of this life was to eat his fish and/or chips. He's a good guy. He wouldn't do all this. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. I agree. The Reaper is somebody else. Son of a bitch, bastard. What if he was going there to investigate the Reaper? Did they ever think about that? Maybe he was going onto that steamship to confront the Reaper, who was secretly the Japanese guy? That doesn't make any sense. How would he kill people in England all the time? In England. The true Reaper is somebody else. Honestly, the thing with the Professor, like the fact that there's this escaped serial killer called the Professor that supposedly died right after, that makes me think personally that the Reaper, the Reapster, is the Professor. Like, he cut a deal with the law where he's like, okay, I'll stop serial killing random government officials and instead I'll be on government payroll and I'll just kill criminals. He still gets to like uphold his code of justice or whatever, but now he's a government sanction, so he doesn't have to worry about getting caught. Maybe? I don't know. That's a complete stretch. I just don't want it to be Gregson. I just don't want it to be Gregson, honestly. I want it to be anybody but Gregson. The true Reaper is somebody else. Baroque Van Zeeks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he would aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all.
Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel?
Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. Puffed. What's so funny? Why are you puffing? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gino Lestrade. Hey, what? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. Oops. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. Yeah, she said the line. Let's go, Suzato. She got at least one more in. She got at least one more in right under the wire in the final case. Let's go, Susato. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't...
I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
Okay. Alright, she's testifying again. This is weird. This case is a weird one, man. This is hard. It feels like we're not making any forward progress at all. Yeah, this notebook does have a ton of stuff about what the Reaper got up to. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal who got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago. Be honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Here's the thing, right? Think about this one real fast. Think about this real fast, that pop it off in your brainstem. I forgot what I was gonna say. I completely forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, it should be really easy to check this. This should be like the most easily proven or disproven hypothesis ever. All you have to do is just take all the shit, all the entries in the notebook, right? And what do? Just cross-reference it against the Reaper killings. We should have the, like, dates and contact information on all the Reaper killings that have happened in the past 10 years. So just check if it matches the notebook. If it matches, he could be the Reaper. If it doesn't match, it's no good. It's no good evidence. He should have one of those entries for every single Reaper killing, if this is to be believed. We should be able to check that in 5 seconds.
Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here.
This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information the victim could have only known if he was working with the Reaper. Ah!
So, who was to be this final mark?
Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse. Hey? Oh, how'd you read this then?
Reading's still not her strong suit.
That ain't the problem, alright, Odo? It's a Japanese name. It says Gogu Mikotoba. It says Goku. It's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas.
Let me have a bash at it. Say, Shiro, is it? Oh, it's Jigoku, bro. That's how he's important. Seishiro Jigoku, that's his name.
Oh my god, he was the one who he wrote.
Yeah, Seishiro Jigoku is the Reaper of the Valley, if you could believe that. He's definitely the Reaper for sure. For sure. He reaped him. He literally fucking reaped him, dude. He reaped all over him. It's reaping time, he yelled as he reaped all little Gregson's heads off. Every single one of the, every time Gregson is decapitated, 2 more Gregsons grow in his place, but he killed all of them. Seishiro Jigoku is the Reaper, dude. He wasn't there to kill the Reaper, or to kill for the Reaper. He was there to kill the Reaper, or arrest him. Old Gregson, he's a good boy. Jigoku is the villain, I tell you. Yeah, Shishirishu Jigoku, maybe?
What? It can't be!
Seishiro Jigoku! But that's Judge Jigoku!
Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baroque Van Zeeks.
It's an undeniably logical argument.
Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? Dong dong. That's not how court works. Don't put your foot up there, Van Zeeks. Dirty ass fucking pig slop falling off of his feet onto the floor.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder.
I don't think they are gonna forgive that discourtesy, Van Zeeks. That's pretty fucking discourteous. You're not allowed to go fetch yourself a glass of wine and take the stand without being asked, unprompted. Lord Van Zeeks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock.
I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
Hey? What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony.
What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance.
My lord, the defense requests the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness.
He wants to beat my fucking dog ass with that fucking unicorn cane, bro. He absolutely says I've been a naughty girl and I require punishment. He is looking quite fucking menacing right there.
Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination.
So we're not cross-examining Gina no more? Okay, good.
Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately.
At once, my lord. Wow, things are really heating up now. Everybody's being framed, but mostly just Gina's being framed, to be totally honest with you. She's being set up. The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to. Oh, we are doing her. Then why did it say he was doing testimony? It said grouse for the place on the date and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. Names of victims. Okay, let's just press this first statement. The notebook has a ton of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years, because this is what I want to know. Do the dates and names in the journal correspond to the Reaper killings? That's very important.
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what we found out.
If I may, when originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial.
But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you?
Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization.
With you at its head?
I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine! Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I?
Huh? Wait, what did he see that was shocking?
What? I missed it completely, didn't I?
Wait, what was shocking?
That's why several members of the club saw you there.
I don't know what he said that was like so shocking to protagonist, man.
Interesting.
I wonder if I have to present evidence against this. This notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Maybe the board? But I don't think so. Huh. I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck was important about that. I'm gonna do this though. In other words, it shows that Begson was basically— oh shit, I pressed the wrong one. No, sorry, I pressed the wrong one. I gotta let it loop back around again. That was my B.
My bad, Keck.
I wish I was a lawyer in real life so that I could say, my bad, Keck, when I did something dumb and wrong.
You knew it said Gauss.
Being a lawyer in real life seems like a completely miserable job. They make it seem really fun. They make it seem really fun in video games and movies and TV. But in real life, it seems like just absurdly tedious and hard. And not in a fun way, right? Like, challenging is fun. But what's not fun is just mountains of fucking paperwork and learning, like, all of the laws down to a fucking T so you could take advantage of the wording. It just seems like a lot. It just seems like a lot of fucking work, man. And again, just not very interesting work most of the time. It seems like most of the time you're doing, like, paperwork. That's not cool. That's not a cool job. Names of victims, dates, and places and stuff. The last entry in there was 31st October. Press that. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular?
Well, beside the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name was that?
It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over.
Oh my god!
Wait, the one I told you yesterday? You mean— oh no, it's Asian! Oh my god. You mean Asa Jin? What is this Asa Jin? Assassin! It's— oh! Oh, assassin. I kept reading it as Asian. Yeah, I kept reading it as Asian every single time because that's the first way I said it. It's assassin. It's the assassin. This is the person that they think Gregson is, basically. This is the person that was actually going out and killing people. Assassin. That makes so much more sense. Asian is a way better pun. Asian is a much better pun. Because she's just Asian and that's her only defining characteristic. Asa Jin? Well, I mean, to be fair, maybe Asa is a man's name. I don't know. I don't know no Japanese. It sounds like a lady's name, though. Asa Shin. It's not no fucking gender neutral shit. We know it's a lady, but I don't know about the name.
Yeah, that's the one. See, she's a friend of yours or something, isn't she?
Were you even listening yesterday?
Asa Jin, the assassin.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why it's the assassin, is because assassin. Gender neutral name of Hebrew origin. Oh no! Dun dun dun! He really was Jewish the whole time. Seishiro Jigoku is Asa Jin, the Japanese Hebrew woman assassin of the Reaper of the Bailey. So fucking twisted. So obvious though when you think about it. You know, it's just kind of like a one through line through the whole character. Asa Jin, the assassin.
What? Like a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Would that person have been? Clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? Oh no, Canadian. That's the most fucking troublesome villain of all. That's not until Ace Attorney Chronicles 3. Back to the West Coast. First, we have to return to good old-fashioned America. It's weird to think about the fact that there has actually never been, to my knowledge, an Ace Attorney game that takes place in the US. I thought they all did, but it turns out that was all just localization. Like, the original 3 Ace Attorney games were, like, super Japanese. And then when they localized it, they just made it America instead. Like, they made all the names American, all the places American. It started becoming really obvious by, like, the 3rd one, where you go to the little ancient Japanese village in the mountains. And they're like, oh, we made it to Hamburgerville, guys! But yeah, it's like, before that, it was a little bit more hard to tell. Because it was all just in a big, generic metropolitan city. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written?
Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens.
What?
It just said like a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin.
He said Grouse for the place or the date, and then the name of the mark.
There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper.
Wait, so the name of the mark. Who does it say the mark is again? It said the... Huh? Yeah, because it got away from the Reaper 10 years ago. It is. Interesting.
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku?
Yeah, so Seishiro Jigoku is the professor. That's crazy. It's gotta be who he got away from the Reaper 10 years ago. Wow. Wow. That's weird. Japanese-ass professor? He said, oops. Sorry I framed my friend for murder and had him murdered.
That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask.
Oh, I hope you guys didn't hear that. I hope that didn't pick up on the mic. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodle, I should have gone to the bathroom for that one.
Remix, that fucking fart is way too long. That's not a realistic fart. That is a classically trained farter had to make that sound. You know how opera singers will train their throats for decades so that they can like belt out a tune for a minute long? That's how that guy treated his own anus and his sphincter muscles. Because that is not a natural human fart length.
And I thought your name was odd.
So pleased to have lost my crown there.
Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature.
I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart.
Oh, he was Lord Strongheart's student.
That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. He was so good at murdering people. Kek. That's a good question. I don't know what you would do to train that. To train in the art of the fart? That's gotta be difficult, because you have to find your, like... You know Hercules, how he has to find that little Danny DeVito goat to help him train? There's gotta be somebody like that for competitive farting. It's not the kind of thing where you can just go on... I was gonna say Craigslist, but you absolutely could find that on Craigslist. You can't just go to like your local gym and start getting trained in the art of the fart. You can't go down to a conservatory and start getting trained. You gotta find him living in like an ancient cave. In like the ancient farter's cave. With a brown fucking mist emanating from the entrance. It's the only way. It's gotta be some sort of legendary Merlin-esque tutor. Tutor! That's funny because it's like farting basically, but it's also like teaching. That bearded young fellow was a very able farter, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Shigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago? After that fateful case?
Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
I forgot her voice for a split second there.
Be honest, the boss didn't do none of it.
I would have pressed that,
but that's not really that interesting.
I'm just gonna press everything. I pressed the first 3 already, I'm just gonna press them all.
Gotta press them all, press him on.
So this is, he got away from the Reaper in court. Yeah, so this is really important. Because this is like very heavily implicating him as the Professor. What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal.
But don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure.
Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify.
Oh shit, I forgot about this completely. Oh my god, he testified against his own friend.
But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Yeah, so he totally made his friend look bad on purpose.
My god. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens.
You did?
It was considered to be an adjunct to the Professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand.
He actually had to pay reparations to the British for all the mean words he said. That's so cool. British people deserve reparations because everybody always making fun of their, you know, immutable characteristics that they really can't help. Like their nasty teeth, their ghoulish demeanors, their disgusting sallow skin, the fact that they live in a fucking shitty rain-covered island, the fact that all of their food is awful and their women are ugly, the fact that the men look like human potatoes and are obsessed with soccer, the fact that they drive on the wrong side of the road in silly little cars, the fact that all of their houses look like they were built by Mr. Floop on the Floop's Island. I mean, they have it rough out there, and everybody's always talking smack for no reason, trying to make it worse. It's bad enough having to wake up in the morning and look in the British mirror to see your nasty yellow British smile staring back at you. So honestly, good for them. I'm glad they made his ass pay reparations for that. They deserve it. If there's one race that I could think of out of like every race that deserves to be paid reparations for what happened to them, it's probably the British, out of all the races. They've been through the most. They've been through the fucking ringer. No, it's not B-Machine. He's not the race. He does not get any reparations. It's the poor, humble British who famously never did anything wrong. And there you have it! Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten its own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court. Guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Shigoku was targeted? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Objection!
Right, I've had just about enough of this.
Gina!
All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Odo.
Yes?
Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something?
What?
You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. All you gotta do is work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
This is so sad. Poor Miss Gina, dude.
That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective.
Ooh, that was uncalled for, Strongheart. You made her cry. You actually made a girl cry.
When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade.
No!
Is that clear?
No!
I've had it with the lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. Gina.
So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Naruhodo?
There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Oh, do you mean...
I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
Shit! Get the fuck...
I don't know which statement it was. You've got to find the flaw somewhere. I don't know! What the deuce? So it has what the Reaper got up to, name of victims, it said grouse.
Hold it!
Let's press the new statement. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve.
Hey?
What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Odo?
I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by...
Oh, shit!
I don't fucking know, dude. I think it's, this dude. Kazuma Asanogi. I think he made an inconsistency, oopsie. I don't know, but I think what the inconsistency is that he says the Reaper targets criminals who escape justice, and Seishiro Jigoku is not a criminal. Because all he did was steal a loaf of bread. All he fucking did was break one bench. And the Reaper's gonna kill him for that? I don't know. I think that's maybe the inconsistency. I don't really know where they're going with this, to be honest. Hey, welcome back, Lig Dog Hurdle. Welcome back to the main character's tale. I'm about to crack this case wide open, by the way. Main character moment. Absolutely main character moment. By you, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony.
What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done, pussy.
Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency?
What? What is happening? What did he do? What did he do? He did something. I do remember him doing something, but what was it? What did she do? What did she possibly do? I don't know. Kazuma Asogi did something. It's got to be something to do with this, right? It's got to be something to do with this case, so... Presumably it responded to Gamsamb. Gremson's photograph, an old photographic displint. Maybe it's this? Cause, no, that doesn't make any sense. I was gonna say because he talked about, like, Van Zieks' brother and he wasn't really there for that shit, but he was probably briefed before the trial started about all that shit, so it's not that. I don't know, man. I really have no idea. A Pokemon? Oh, no. Oh, no. Did they add another busted-ass Pokemon? Did they add another fucking, Did they add a Guerrilla Tactics moment? Did they actually add a hashtag Guerrilla Tactics moment again? Or I guess that's an ability, not a move. Honestly, one thing that's gonna be kind of crazy already is that Grass-type Flame Charge. That's actually gonna be really good. That's gonna be a crazy move for certain Pokemons. Let's go, Just Cuz, bruh. Just cuz we're fucking own Dark Souls 2. Where did you go? Which way did you go? Dark Souls 2 you can do in like literally any order. So, you know what I mean? Like, where'd you go? I'm gonna present Lyrus's Lucky Charm, man. I'm out of options. I'm out of options, sucker! I don't know what evidence presented an inconsistency in something he said. Was it the stuff about the ship? I wish I could see the conversations of stuff that he said. Do you think it's the ship stuff that he was talking about, that it was an inconsistency? Oh, interesting. Yeah, levitate. That's the thing that's going to be nice about Terras, is that kind of interaction. Back before I knew exactly how they worked, I thought that would be very good for Jolteon, like the Terra Air type, but it's very bad for Jolteon because of the move coverage problem. I thought it just added it on as like a secondary type, so Jolteon would be like electric flying. That would be very nice, but it doesn't work like that at all. But yeah, levitate electric is always fucking just absolute frog tier. That's literally why Zapdos is so good, is just because it's electric flying type. And now you get, you know what I'm saying? Very well, Council, go ahead. I'm trying, Lord Strongheart. Give me a fucking minute, bro. Give me a fucking minute to find out what he let slip. There's definitely an inconsistency in something Asogi said. There definitely is. I know for a fact there is, because he was acting very much the part of the fool during that testimony. But I don't remember what exactly he said specifically. That was so weird. Oh, you went to the Shaded Woods. Nice. Yeah, Shaded Woods is fun. Could it be the identification? Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. It's gotta be something that he should not know about, right? Because otherwise, why would it be an inconsistency in his logic? It should be something he shouldn't know about, but he does. So I'm thinking the pocket watch. But what did he say that had anything to do with the pocket watch? Nothing really. What evidence have we found that he wasn't privy to that we found without, like, admitting it to the court? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Policeman figurine. I don't think they know about that either. You got fucking trolled, D-Machine. You got so trolled. He was, to be fair though, he was acting the part of the fool, it is true. Okay, see you in a bit, just cuz, bro. Hopefully by the time you come back, I'll have figured out this fucking cross-examination thing. So I'm thinking it's either... this, here's my current theories. Letter of introduction, maybe. I don't know why. I don't know why that would be a thing, but maybe. Iris's lucky charm, because my character doesn't know what the hell is going on, because I don't know what the hell is going on. That's possible. Gregson's trunk. Only me and Gina have seen that. Only me and that's pretty compelling. Only me and Gina have seen Gregson's trunk. I also don't know what this has to do with anything he was talking about. Or... Gregson's watch. I think it's one of those three. I think it's gonna be the letter of introduction, because this was mine. Like, it only moved hands from Mikatoba to me. Or... Iris's charm, or Gregson's trunk. Or Gregson's watch. I'm kind of feeling the watch, honestly, but I don't know why. Boom, diggy, diggy, down, boom, boom. I'm kind of feeling a watch. Who's feeling a watch? What's important about the trunk? There's this shit, right? Oh, maybe this. Let's have a look inside. Maybe? So this is something that we're gonna have to bring up eventually anyway, so maybe I'll just try it now. Basically, on Gregson's trunk that he brought, there's very clearly like a slash mark from a sword and a piece of a sword broken off in it. So basically, we need to find out whose sword is this, right? Like, who destroyed their sword trying to attack Gregson? And Kazuma is one of the prime suspects for that, because he's one of two characters who carries a sword. It's literally him and Van Zieks. All we have to do is check swords. So maybe I should just try this anyway, and see if that's what they want me to do right now. I tend to doubt it, but I have literally no other ideas, and I'm gonna have to do this eventually anyway. So maybe. Who threw this sword at me? Hey, that's Gregson, right before he fucking died of blood loss. Who threw this? It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. And let's see what they say about this. Maybe it's not actually a giant slash mark and I'm wrong. Have you seen this huge gash across the trunk? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Shit, what else could it even be? What was the inconsistency, man? I wish I knew what the inconsistency that I was trying to resolve was. Pocket watch. I honestly think it's probably the pocket watch. I'll try inspecting the pocket watch, and if he says anything suspicious about this, I'll present this. If not, we'll do the trunk. The glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo. Not an odd job, man. Okay, that was completely irrelevant. We're gonna present this and hope for the best. This is a trunk. You've done it again, Ryunosuke. It truly is a trunk. That belonged to Inspector Gregson. They haven't called me stupid yet. This may be good.
A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain, and a relatively fresh one, too.
What? You made that Aunt Grace from Old Boss's fish and chips?
It's actually working, maybe. It hasn't taken away my pip. I don't even see the pipometer in the top.
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk? That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report.
Is this the inconsistency that he was traveling with a trunk? Why is that inconsistent? I'll take it. I think I accidentally stumbled ass backwards into the correct piece of evidence to progress the game, and I'll take it. I don't understand what the contradiction is still.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with a trunk, hoping to sell it.
But I found it. Me, with nose for trouble.
Humph. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk.
Okay, so I was on the right line of inquiry completely. I just didn't remember what he fucking said. That was the problem. Yeah, okay, so apparently at some point Kazuma mentioned the trunk. And like I said, the correct thing had to be something that he shouldn't have known about that he knew about. Okay, well, you know what? We still got there using facts and logic, so I'm happy with it. Literally, it did have to be either the trunk or the pocket watch. So we just made the 50-50. We got the right 50-50. Let's go, baby. Nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about someone who was present when the victim was killed. Ooh, Kazuma, you got some splaining to do. Level 75. Oh my god. Part of me honestly just wants to blitz to a high level in Pokemon so that if I run into like a shiny or a Pokemon I really want, I'll never be in the situation where I can't catch it because it's too high, you know? But I want to take my time with it instead. Because I know that if I just blaze through the whole thing, I'm not going to want to go back and like go through piecemeal. Just now you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Oh. Kazuma, you a goofball, dude. You a real goofball. I wasn't even paying attention to that at all. That's a great catch, Ryunosuke. Fantastic catch. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that the evidence that nobody else knows about, there's 3 things technically that we discovered and have to present to the court. The trunk, Gina had. Nobody else knew about it. It was Gina and me are the only ones who know about it. The identification or whatever, I think we actually did bring up in court, so that one I don't think even counts as something that no one else would know about, now that I think about it. I think last week we had to present that. But then also, the, policeman figurine. This is all stuff that was just on Gregson when we found him and took the evidence and, like, stole it. So nobody should know about those things unless we present them in court. We might have presented this one too, but I don't remember because that was last week. We got there. I'm happy with that. How did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? Yeah, in a metal trunk, Kazuma? That's the only place he could have put a passport? In a metal trunk. Huh? Yeah, good point, bro. You're not even gonna use it? Well, to be fair, it probably wouldn't listen to your commands anyway. When I beat that first gym in Pokemon, it said, like, you can use up to level 25 now, lol. So I think it still uses that system of, you have to be the same level as your Packerman. Where else would he have put his passport? But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Oh my god. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you? Oh my fucking god. I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you don't think. Kek. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. I don't have it. I do have evidence! The piece of metal trapped in the trunk. Oh my god. We fucking sunk this ass dick. We fucking sunk this dick ass. That would be cool. If the Elite Four is actually a high level, I'd be very happy. I doubt it though. Honestly, the system I want Pokemon to have. What you described is kind of cool the way they're doing it now. But I would rather have it that you're straight up like capped. I would love it if you were capped and that it would just raise the cap of all Pokemon. Like your Pokemon and wild Pokemon are capped until you clear a certain gym. So like if you've cleared gym 1, that's scaled to you, then the cap's raised to 25, right? And now you can find wild Pokemon at level 25. You beat the second gym, you jump up to like 35, like so on and so forth. That way, you can still tackle them at any order, and you won't be over-leveled, but you still have an incentive to actually clear the gyms, because you can get to higher levels and like learn crazy moves on your Packerman. As opposed to having like level 20 noob Pokemon forever. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. Or they could just do it so that every task, gym, boss fight, or giant Pokemon, like any of the major tasks, just raise the cap by 5 across the board. That would work too. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Pussy. Kazuma, are you challenging me to a challenge of, beyond all reasonable doubt of, that you were there on that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there, with Gregson. There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that Trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point, I'll need to verify it, but I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made— oh, this is the wrong guy. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. Bum, bum. Bada bada boom. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. That's the mysterious remix sound effect, if you could believe that. It's the— I can open it still, right? Let's have a look inside. That's what I say when I walk up to Remix's mother. Legs spread on the bed like a fucking banquet. I'm sorry, that was disgusting. I'm gonna present this. I think from last time, if you present this, it talks about the gash. So we want to definitely talk about this metal protrusion. Will you play Link's Awakening? Maybe eventually. I don't have any plans to play it anytime like super soon. But I do like Zelda a lot, and I haven't played that one. That new like remake of Link's Awakening, so maybe. If I do, it'll probably be after I play the other one that got released, Skyward Sword, because I've never played Skyward Sword, and that's like a mainline Zelda. So answer, maybe eventually, but I kind of doubt it. It's like, it's extremely far back in the backlogs. Did you ever see Avatar: The Last Airbender remix? Did you ever see Avatar: The Last Airbender? That scene where the avatar is like looking down that long ass line of former avatars, and it's like 8 miles long. Skyward Sword is like 8 avatars down. Link's Awakening is like 800 fucking avatars down. There's a lot of games in between me and Link's Awakening. I don't know. Especially these days when I'm so busy. I don't know if I'll ever get to Link's Awakening, to be honest. Maybe though. Hopefully. Yeah, see, Wakabi knows. Wakabi has good taste. This is the one thing B Machine and Wakabi can come together on and shake hands is Skyward Sword. I heard that it was dog ass, but I haven't played it myself, so I will not form an opinion on it until I play it on my own.
Got it! Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade.
Hey, a blade?
Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see. No, I don't feel like it right now. I'm busy. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh my god.
Oh no!
The tip is broken.
Our tip! It's broken!
Skyward Sword for 40 bucks on the eShop. That's not bad. 40 bucks is not a bad price for that, to be honest. I've never played it as a fucking mainline Zeldor. Zelduar. The tip is broken. This song is known on the soundtrack. If you look up the Ace Attorney soundtrack, this song is called The Tip is Broken, I believe. It's called the Broken Tip Rap, I think. It has Van Zeek's rapping over it in the soundtrack, but they're just using the instrumental version here because they don't want to, you know, clog it up with the audio. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved.
Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi?
Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
So the additional person authorized to travel
Was me!
and the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark.
What?
What?
Oh my god.
He is a Reaper?
You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku?
I don't know, maybe. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. It kind of seems like he's killed a lot of people, to be totally honest.
Explain.
I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan.
You were never going to do it?
We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but
you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
A boarding house in Dunkirk?
My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify.
Then what became of Jigoku?
Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. Oh my god. And end his wretched agent's life. This is so messed up. Poor Mr. Gregson. I don't know, man. That all seems like a load of hoosafudge to me. I don't think it's true at all. It seems like the dumbest thing ever. Stop! I'm trying to think. Don't add me. Don't you throw this at me. Fuck, what was I talking about? I got Ed. I actually got Ed. Right, the agent's sparing the agent's life. I think maybe Kazuma actually buys his own bullshit is the thing. I think he's like super wrong, but I think he thinks that he's like super right. I think he's having a Holmes's great deduction moment, and it's just completely untrue. It's completely fabricated. I think he probably did that, and he's like, I'll spare Jigoku, you know, that nice noble hero, by sparing him the Reaper's blade. But then in actuality, all he did was just serve up Gregson on a silver platter to the Reaper, to the Professor. The Reapessor. I don't know, I'm confusing myself at this point. I just don't want it to be Gregson, man. Gregson's not a murderer. Gregson's a good boy. He never did nothing bad. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection.
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? That sounds very much like an innuendo, but it is perfectly literal in this case. I don't need to answer that. That's true, they do have a don't ask, don't tell policy in the courtroom in Japan. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter.
Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
Haha, your sword is gone, idiot. As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karuma has been entered into the court record.
We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
It's a good point. We haven't seen him in a hot minute. Ring, ding, 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 ding. Let's take a look at the Great Blade Jigoku. I think this might be important, the red ribbon. I think the red ribbon might be, like, slightly important. But I don't know. Let's just examine it. Let's just examine this stupid sword already.
Karuma, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours.
It's not that beautiful, to be honest. It looks kind of cringe.
The tip of the great sword, broken.
It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs! Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Is there nothing else to look at all? On the whole great-ass sword of Karuma? But it's the greatest sword I've ever seen. I guess that's the only thing of note. Wow, okay.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
We actually did get a mission failed. I was so sure that this sword was going to be like hyper important, but there's nothing to do with it. It's just the illustrious blade.
To verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
I thought for sure that the sword was going to have like some hidden shit in it, and that it was going to secretly be the last will of Asogi. Somewhere in there. Dunk! Yeah, that was him actually breaking the tip off of his sword like a complete moron. If I remember correctly, too, I'm pretty sure that Asogi's dad, the Professor Genshin Asogi who got executed for the crimes, even though it now seems like he was probably framed, I think he also had a big red ribbon. Like, I think he had a big old red-ass ribbon on him. So I was sure that there would be some unraveling of the red ribbon at some point for a big reveal, but doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just a big gay sword, the gay sword Karuma. What? Remains unharmed? I agree, that should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you? When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. Yeah, bro, Asian is still at large. The Asian is still roaming the countryside as we fucking squeak, dude. That's so scary to think about, but it's true. The fucking mysterious Asian, nowhere to be found. Now, I'm pretty sure Asian is dead. I'm pretty sure Asian is dead as fuck. We established last week or the week before that Asian was like that lady who wears the swan hat, I think. Maybe I just thought it was. I think they established that, though, that it's them.
The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal.
And he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Oh, sick comeback. All the people in the court are going, oh.
Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No! Everybody's favorite character, Judge Jigoku. Guys, can I get some Jigoku champs? Everybody's favorite character, beloved character, Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago.
I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord?
I sincerely hope we are successful.
Oh, Strongheart, you mean to me. Strongheart's a bully. There he is, it's Jigoku champ. That's what he looks like.
If we're unable to confirm Jigoku's healthy that's fucking impossible to pronounce. Jigoku's healthy existence within the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties.
Ah! I bet that's where Holmes is at, dude. I bet Sherlock Holmes and his trusty Watson, Japanese guy, are currently searching for Jigoku as we speak.
Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Remember, they went on a secret mission. He said the game is afoot and they went on a secret mission. I bet they're looking for Jigoku right now. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare.
I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories.
I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Do you think that's what she had a terrible sense of foreboding over? Do you think that's what she feared would happen? That Naruhodo was about to fucking rip ass in the middle of court and shit his pants? If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, and I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control.
I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards...
Careering? We were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Is that a British... Do British people say I'm careering towards a conclusion? I think it's supposed to say careening. Wouldn't that make a lot more sense in this sense? The strange sensation that we were careening towards a foregone conclusion. Careering? I don't know, man. I'm just gonna say it's a British thing.
Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options.
Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear! Pulls out a giant ear of corn and bites it in half. Oh, Susato, you're so random. You're so flippin' random. That was a narwhal moment. I think she's talking about the big old rabbit. Yeah, let's pull on his ear. Of course, the little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. She is. The Corn Demon is also her sister from another mister. Basically, what we've established in today's session is that Susato's mom was fucking putting out for anybody. She was taking all comers. Oh wait, no, it was the dad, sorry. It was the dad. The dad was the slut. The dad is a complete slut, man. He can't keep his fucking legs closed. Watson just gets down and dirty all day, every day. Meanwhile, Sholmes, despite seeming like a complete Chad, for all intents and purposes, appears to be a complete virgin. He has had no sexual chemistry with any character in the whole game, which is shocking to me, because he seems like the most eligible bachelor of the bunch. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Pull! Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. He's been placed inside the rabbit! He said I'm his favorite deputy. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here! He's a rabbit, bro. That's so cool. Pull the string! Yeah, we pulled the motherfucking string on his ass. The bottom of his boot definitely says Andy on it, if I'm not mistaken. This little rabbite. It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you needn't pull my ear off. They're on top of the SS Buria! Oh my god, look, it's the SS Buria from the first case of the first game. The first non-tutorial case, anyway. Remember this ship? Oh, I remember like it was yesterday, but it was fucking 12 months ago. Ah, that was so fun. That was a great case. That was the one where Kazuma tripped and bonked his head and died, but then came back to life.
Your little rabbit doll belongs to me.
I fucking tell you to.
Is that the doll talking or Sholmes talking remix? You have to be more clear. I choose to believe that it's the little rat in the tutu saying that. You don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner. are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. Oh, this is the Grouse. Unless the Grouse and the Burya are one and the same. They probably just reused the assets. I'll be honest, it's a lot more likely that they just reused the assets. But what if it's the same ship? The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name, bitch? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. He is a genius. He figured it out before I did, man. He figured that shit out fast as hell. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Miss Susato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikitoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. Yeah, right, dude. He's trying to definitely take credit for Sholmes' great deduction. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions under my name. He's got a point. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say. Do not fret, please. It is for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Deuce, bitches. Yeah, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Hey, welcome back, Just Cuz, bro. Did you go through fucking Shaded Woods even more? Just Cuz, bro, I'm gonna tell you one DS2 spoiler. There's a secret hidden man in the Shaded Woods. There's like a secret hidden little man in the Shaded Woods. The Black Gulch. What are you talking about? You're just jealous of the Black Gulch, dude. You're jealous that you don't have 800 poison statues spitting at you every 2 seconds. So jealous. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now, before the grouse puts out to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikitoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. It's the SS Burya! Oh my god, I knew it was. That's the weird Russian Dolph Lundgren dude from the first case of this first game. The funny scorpion, the funny headless man? Honestly, Just Cuz, bro? Neither. There's a hidden third man. There is a hidden third man that's neither the decapitated head or the scorpion, and he's so hidden. He's so hidden. You have to walk around in that top area, like on the way to the boss, where all the lion men are, and there's like a hole you can drop through to find a hidden man, and he's so fucking hidden. There's like a hidden rat hole of sorts. First class cabin number 2. This is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman is standing in front of the door as an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize... His arm says Sholmes on it.
Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Shikizin Stroganov when you see? Great detective? Ha, I don't think so. You see that, Mikitoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by my name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe.
Oh, this is the brother of the guy from the Buria. It is a different ship.
Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikitoba. I'm sure it was.
That's really funny. He literally just met his brother, but he pretended like it was a great deduction. They get a lot of mileage out of asset reuse in this game. They do it in really clever ways. I got to admit, they do it in really clever ways to reuse those fucking assets as hard as they can.
3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Oh, you mean Eastern man? He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Sheishiro's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikitoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't Great Detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right?
You fucking dunce.
Curses, the plan is ruined. And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes.
Man, honestly, this segment right here is fucking great, but it really just makes me feel like this game would have been so much better if it was just you are Mikitoba and you're going around with Sholmes. Like, that's such a better pair to play as than Susato and Ryunosuke, who are pretty boring. They're not bad, but they're a lot less entertaining than Sholmes.
Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikitoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock?
I thought it was just like giving really fucking good heads so that the Russian sailor becomes incapacitated.
Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot!
Cuts to fucking Sholmes playing Dark Souls 2, like a boss.
I'm gonna look at the mousetrap, or the fire alarm.
Let's do the fire alarm.
This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gulping my brilliance, Mikitoba. In we go. Oh, yes.
Alright, what you got in here, boy? Ice bath, perhaps? 3rd November, SS Grouse. First class cabin. Number 2. This is not a Flashback 107? we're playing as Mikatoba and Sholmes, who are on a secret mission investigating the sister ship of that other ship that we were on way before. And this guy's the brother. So they basically just reused a bunch of assets, but then slapped different names on them. This is the SS Grouse, not the SS Burya. Currently, Susato and Ryunosuke are in court, duking it out. Meanwhile, Mikatoba and Sholmes stowed away on this ship that Mikatoba and Jigoku came in on, and they're investigating Jigoku, who, as it turns out, is probably the professor, which is pretty crazy. The fucking judge, the big Jewish judge guy, he's probably the professor, the serial killer. And it's looking more and more like that with every passing minute. It looks like he is the killer of Gregson and also the fucking professor, which is pretty nuts. Or at least the Reaper. At the very least, the Reaper. Because, yeah, it's getting pretty crazy. Let's go, Just Cuzra. Just Cuzra found the tiniest man of all time. I'm glad you found him. There's a hidden man in like a lot of the levels. And if you find them a bunch of times, you get like rewards and stuff. So that's just one of them. That's just one of many tiny men that are hidden around. I want his chair. Yeah, he's got a fucking swag fucking chair. Yeah, he lives... I won't tell you everywhere he lives, but he lives in that one area, so I wanted to tip you off to his existence. And he's just like a hidden man. I think he's in 3 separate locations throughout the game, if I remember. Hidden men. Goodness gracious! It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Holmes. Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. I'm gonna read this thing. It says, these are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikatoba? There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Turtle power. He moved it. He really moved it, but why? Yeah, DS2 has like a higher level cap than DS1, basically. If I remember correctly, you get like way more levels in that one. And DS2. DS2 is also better than DS1 is the crazy part. It's goated. Yes, Mikatoba confirmed is Watson, which is kind of cool because he does look like Watson in the books is described, but it's also still implied that he is Iris's father. I don't think that part is going to be true because that would be incredibly dumb. I don't think that part is actually going to be true. They explicitly did not confirm that. Sholmes implied that we were good at deducing things when we said it, but like, I don't think it's going to be true. They haven't confirmed it. Honestly, I do think if anybody is secretly Iris's father, it's gonna be Jigoku. That's my guess. I think that if anybody's gonna be Iris's father, it's Jigoku. No. If any of the Japanese people, anyway. I still think the fact that she would secretly be Japanese is incredibly dumb, but if that's the route where they're going, then that's my guess. The fact that she would literally be Susato's sister and nobody noticed is just way too stupid. The wall is slightly different color just here. Oh, this is the wrong guy. The wall's a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
Jun Jun Jan, Hoogie Badoo Doo Ya Bon Do Day.
As Mikotoba says. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
Yeah, it's that thing. Just put it there. Okay, so I can't do anything with that just yet. Jung Jung Jang. Probably just your imagination. Is Mikotoba Nation. Let's check out the trunk. I'm starting to feel really nasty from my flu shot. I got a flu shot earlier today and now I feel like shit. That feel when the fucking sucking ass doctors convinced you to inject sicknesses into your arm. How did they ever trick us into thinking that that works? They're like, here idiot, what if I inject you with the fucking flu? Oh sure, what does that do? It protects you from the flu. We've been all taken for fools. We've been taken for absolute buffoons.
That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different though.
Sadly not. It is a 7-digit combination lock. Oh, and I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. That's a lot of combinations. That's a lot of fucking combinations. 7-digit lock. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. Ice! Ice! Ice!
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikotoba, ice! That's what I said. That's literally what I said. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Yeah, so one of the mysteries is that Gregson's body was chilled. Gregson's body was fucking shaken, not stirred. His body was like a day behind in terms of decomposition, as where it should have been. So they were like, he must have been frozen / chilled to prevent the decomposition process from taking as much of an effect on him. But they were like, no, there's no refrigerators in that area of London, so it can't be. But there is on the ship.
Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have an enormous refrigerator for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. Okay, Sholmes, you're getting a little fucking gay in the last stretch, bro. You're getting a little gay in the final 10 minutes of the game, my dude.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
No. There's a balled up shirt inside of the tube. I don't remember what that tube did, but they did tell us what it did in that very first case.
There's a speaking tube here, look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
What else do we need to do? Man, I'm sick of looking around this fucking big-ass icy room. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown.
Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a Haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
Yeah, Japanese people do be wearing Tarzan robes, that is true. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. What the fuck was that? Why did that say water? They didn't even say the word water a single time in that entire blurb. They talked fucking Sim speak. They spoke in fucking Sim-ese. These fucking simian-ass chimps. I really hope it wasn't black people. What was the picture? Please tell me the picture was a white person. Please tell me that I called the white person a chimp. I didn't know. I didn't know no better. I wasn't being racist, I swear.
It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps.
The picture was a white guy? Woo! You can't be racist to white people. They're not human.
I'm sure you made a packing of too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think.
Man, I'm sick of looking around this room.
All the doors on this vessel have locks, I believe. A wise idea. You never know when and where criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Sherlock Holmes, lock, bolt, or shut button, it makes no difference. All are unfastened with equal ease. The way you go on, you sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective.
Hello there. Sherlock Holmes, I do think, honestly, in my heart of hearts, that young Obi-Wan's actor, like 5 to 10 years ago, could have been an amazing, amazing Sherlock Holmes. Because he's got that same snark to him, you know? He's got that, like, British boy swag, as it's known. I think he would have genuinely been a great Sherlock Holmes casting choice. They made a Sherlock Holmes show with fucking Benedict Stumperstinch and Henry Cavill, which are 2 of the worst castings I've ever seen in my life. But they never gave young Obi-Wan a chance, and I'm mad about it. We were robbed. We were robbed of that Holmes interpretation.
My dear Mikatoba, as long as there is greatness, I am quite satisfied. Ah, of course you are.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Let's check out the wardrobe.
According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, but it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
I will say that the homoeroticism of the Ace Attorney games is as strong in this one as in all the others. These games definitely never became any less gay, which I appreciate. They literally, what kicked off this character's hero's journey for Ace Attorney Chronicles. He quite literally came out of the closet and then went on his great journey. That was the inciting fucking incident for his quest. Was him coming out of the closet and then finding a dead body right outside of it.
You must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you could just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Bro, how much shit do I have to investigate in this room?
This is the waste paper basket, look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah! Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, when I was still aboard myself.
The following departure from the port of Dunchurch. All crew members must assemble. I get to fucking read that shit, sucker!
Shit!
What did it say? Did anybody see what it said? It was so fast. There was an evacuation drill, I remember now.
For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
The evacuation notice has been added. Dude, that picture is so funny. Wakabe posted that shit in the newsroom and I immediately stole it from him. That fucking picture of Jigsaw looking all snarky. Wakabe accidentally makes amazing reaction images completely on accident. Even earlier today, he added me and said, "I wish you were dead," and then immediately posted a picture of like Mads Mikkelsen looking like a badass just standing there. It was fucking awesome. It was so cool. It was like the ultimate reaction image, and it was just part of some random article he posted. He didn't intend it at all. It is. It's got so much potential. The Jigsaw. He just looks so goofy. I'm surprised he wasn't more of a meme when those movies were happening. The Jigsaw Man. He looks like such a little goofball. I guess to be fair, they first came out in like early 2000s, before there was even really that much of a meme culture. The evacuation drill itinerary has been added.
Oh shit! You're still here?
Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
You are waiting for me?
Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before.
Poor innocent Chaikin.
It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now!
Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first... Dude, wouldn't it be great if the, in this game, how it always just cuts to people's portraits? I want it to cut to, like, the next guy, and it's just that image. It's just the Jigsaw guy standing there instead. Game immediately crashes and uninstalls. But first, there is something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
I face-apped him with Leffen, but it didn't look that good. I face-apped him onto Leffen, but it didn't look as good as I wanted it to. Why, naturally... the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth.
Kakoi!
I don't know what that means, I'm assuming that's Russian. Popeye is looking kind of cute in this one. He got a little bit of a makeover, you know? This is metrosexual Popeye. He started taking care of himself. He got some fucking minoxidil rubbed in his scalp. Yeah, more than 3 of them hairs on top. Started hitting the fucking weights. Doesn't rely on the spinach no more. He's been looking good, man. He's taking care of himself. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all.
Ah!
And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? What if he's inside of the Chaos?
How can you?
Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Oh no, it's the logic and reasoning spectacular. The final one for the whole game. Nothing would please me more. The great deduction is afoot.
What is this?
We have but minutes until this vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
Ah, that is what I said.
Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room quite clearly contradicting it.
What?
Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes.
Wil je mij vergiftigen of zo?
What is that noise, just cause? Where did you fucking find that? Why does it sound like that, and why is it called water? He doesn't say water, not at once! And it doesn't even have anything to do with Popeye either, which is the worst part. I think it's kind of fun that this guy is secretly Watson. I think that was like a fun twist, and the Iris's father thing was a dumb twist. But it immediately snapped into place for this guy. He does look like just a Japanese Watson, like 100%. 100% he looks like Japanese Watson. I thought he looked like J. Jonah Jameson personally, but it turns out he looks like W.W. Watterson as it's known. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. The impossibility that he disembarked. I think it's the large trunk. Me personally, a man like me thinks that it's the large trunk. Oh shit! My pip! Mikatoba, no games now with my words, were they not? Come, Sholmes, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, Quite right you are. That was a close shave. I'd better rethink that before I'm the fool here. Jigoku didn't disembark 2 hours ago at all. That was a lie, wasn't it? Of course it was, and I had hoped you would be quicker to point out why. Otherwise, the evidence itself may melt away before our very eyes. Oh, it's the ice in the water? Oh, okay. Glass containing ice. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't have brought it to his room if he wasn't even on the ship. That's a good point.
Take that!
Bye, Felicia! They actually kecked at me saying bye, Felicia. What was that? That wasn't even a good COD lobby at all. I didn't hear a single N-word being said. Also, Mikatoba just did a fucking Michael Jackson dance while that was happening. While he was stunting on them hoes in the COD lobby, he also did a Michael Jackson dance inexplicably. Perhaps he should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov? Ooh, Stroganov got fucking owned. No, don't go through every COD lobby. There's gonna be some fucking heinous shit in there, I swear to gosh there will be. COD lobbies were next level, dude. COD lobbies are proof that Call of Duty is MK Ultra, because it turned every 12-year-old into a fucking psychopath. But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected.
Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah!
That is Ricky Bobby. I can't even deny that that's Ricky Bobby. Was Ricky Bobby the same thing as Talladega Nights, or am I conflating two completely different movies in my head? I know for a fact Will Smith was in that shit. I don't know anything else about it. As I suspected. Well, you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganov? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikatoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here being masked by something quite incongruous. I think it's the thing on the wall. Don't you think that it's the thing on the wall? I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikatoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. It's Ricky Bobby. It's rules of nature. I think it's... I don't know which to click on, though, because it's the thing is in the wrong place. The rules of passage should be on the other side. Hang on, before we do the rest of this, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take this chance to refill my empty-ass water, because I think that we are literally like minutes away from finishing this whole game. I think there's 10 minutes left of the entire game. I think that we have to finish this, and then we're gonna go back to court and like finish the entire trial. So I'll be right back after I fill it up. Let's go Pokemon Scarlet. Those games run so fucking well, dude. Hey, I'll be back in 1 second. I'm back, what'd I miss? Did Judge G Goku come out of his little hidey hole yet? Did he come out of his Saddam Hussein hidey hole? Emergency meeting Among Us. That's a fucking great jump scare. I'm glad I was gone for that, because it would have scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I was distracted. Look how fucking, this dude has a belly button peeking out and everything. I couldn't tear my eyes off him, so I just said the trunk, so I could still vaguely look at his knees. But yeah, it was the ice. The ice was the important part. And now I don't remember what they're asking me. Oh, the remnants of the dark deed that are being masked by something quote unquote. It says masked, so I think it's this. I think it's the rules of passage. Or the clothes. Oh, the clothes aren't even clickable. Okay, it's definitely this then. Let's just try that. Rules of Pature! He's doing his dance! Why does he do a dance? I don't understand why Mikitoba does a fucking radical, awesome Michael Jackson dance every time he deduces something. I was busy looking at his fucking trunk. His Russian-ass trunk. They said they were gonna launch heavy artillery in the Ukraine, and all Russia did was drop that guy ass first into the middle of a busy city street. I do declare. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Ah, you're right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen are you, Mr. Stroganoff.
He said crewman! He said crewman! Do 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 do.
I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Grrr! Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikitoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Oh my god, it's a bullet hole. That looks like a bullet hole! What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganov. Oh, I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikitoba, simply keep first principles in mind. I know what it is, it's the Sholmes on his arm! It's the Sholmes on his arm. I'm such a god. Listen, I may have fucked up the ice one, but I made it up for it by getting this one really fast. I made up for it by getting the hardest one really. Even Mikitoba, the dancing menace, was completely stumped. But I was not even taken aback slightly. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at this fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. Drools. It's his ass! Oh, never mind. It was the wad of Menknos, as it turns out.
Pussy belongs to me.
Stop!
You're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to.
Your little pussy belongs. That's what Jigoku told him. That's what the guy told him that made him keep silent. He started fucking blushing as soon as Jigoku said that to him. Chunky arms. I thought for sure it was this. The Sholmes tattoo. That's why he was told to keep an eye out. The money sticking out of his ass. Oh. Good thing I checked. Good thing I checked the back. It always lets you look. Oh, he's doing a crazy dance this time. It lets you check the back, so it's always worth looking. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. Oh. And I'd wager the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means? There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. He is in the chest. Let's go, baby. As always, Mikitoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. Okay, thank God he's followed it up with that. Thank God he followed it up with that, or this stream was getting taken down. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. Bro, that shit was so barely perceptible. It's not my fault I paused. I had to pause for emphasis. That's how Sholmes talks. He emphasizes things, okay? It's not my fault he used that word. I would have simply said the ace in the hole, but you know, everyone has their own way of talking. There's, you know, certain words we just choose not to use, even though they're completely innocuous words and phrases, such as that armor-based one. But there's others too. There's a word for cowardly that I personally don't use, despite it being a great SAT word, because it sounds very close to a very bad word. It sounds very close to a very bad word. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. We shall let your sausage toes decide. He's hiding in the waste paper basket, of course. Bro, he's not even hiding in that tiny hole in the wall and peeking out? Come on. Come on! You've never heard that, really? Maybe that's just an American thing. No, it's basically the N-word equivalent for Asian people. That's what that word is. But it also is like a very legitimate, just actual word as well. But I guess that's a United States thing, I don't know. I did. I cleared my throat and then yelled it as loud as I could. I said, I'm sitting here with my hands up playing Ace Attorney. I'm not starting this shit. It was Alex, And then, you know, the rest is basically history.
Take that!
But it was highlighted in orange, so it's not my fault. Do the dance! Oh yeah, he's dancing. Why does he dance? You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Oh! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interests for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. Yeah, he is. He's just blue and fucking asphyxiated, grasping his throat. Nah, he turned into the little tiny Voldemort. You remember that picture of the little tiny Voldemort curled up into a ball? What happened to him? That's Jigoku when you open the trunk. I hope he's just inexplicably like a fucking skeleton in the mummy pose. He's been dead for 10 years. Now that would be one hell of a twist. We were just seeing his ghost for the whole game. He must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. It's the paper we found! The paper we found! Remember we found a paper in the wastebasket? As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. A gulp? No! I know not- Oh, it's numbers! It doesn't say Sholmes at all! 5231045. I'm so smart, dude. My brain is actually like so fucking big. It's like a Yakubian brain. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Oh. Now, Mikitoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Da-da-da-da-da. Shit! 5, 2... I can't do this without looking at his pussy. I don't fucking remember, dude. 5-3. It had to be 5-3. 1. I don't remember, bro. What? Is it gonna be upside down or not upside down? Because it was upside down. I think it's not upside down. You just read it left to right. I'm so confused. I think I'm doing it backwards. Bro, this is so impossible. This is actually so impossible. S-H-O-L-M-E-S. Right? The 3 should be a E, but I think the 2 was an E for some reason. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? I think the 3 was the M for some reason. But I can't remember because I can't see the fucking picture. It's it's basically just leet speak, essentially. It's not P3N15 Brockor. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. How do you? I'm gonna try this. S-H-O-L-M-E-S. The 2 definitely. The 2 and the 3 seem wrong, but I think that's how it was for some reason. I can't remember.
Take that!
Know your role and shut your damn mouth.
Oh fuck! I got pipped on.
No, it's refusing to open.
Tell me, what number did you use?
Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my birthday.
No, it didn't try your birthday.
Your birthday? Interesting, since as of today, that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me.
It's at least 5'4".
As measured as ever in response, Sholmes.
Yeah, okay, so it is backwards. It is actually upside down. It's 5631045. 5631045. That's what it is. It was upside down.
It's staring you right in the face, Mikatoba. The right place.
I always find standing on my head aids the cognitive processes. Okay, good. 5, 6, 3. Wait, what? What? There's no 6. Oh no. Bro, it must be a 0. What? No. 5. What? This is so impossible. That's what I thought it was too. I thought it was 5631045. It must be a 2. It must be a 2. It must be a really weird 2. 5231045.
Take that!
Yeah, baby. Let's go. I got that shit. Click. Did we beat the great deduction? I actually almost fucking... I haven't lost a pip the entire trial, and I almost fucking game overed in here. In this... This is why Sholmes gets paid the big bucks, man. This is impossible. Walk up, B8. We're gonna open the trunk, and your head is gonna pop out and say, "Know your role and shut your damn mouth," I believe.
That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you?
The problem is I gave this guy and the judge the exact same voice. There he is.
Well, Eugen, you've found me now. Seishiro!
There he is. He was hiding in the trunk all along. He wasn't even a tiny Voldemort with a blue face.
I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read many stories of your exploits. Excuse my manner, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikatoba. I believe you meant to say. Your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we ever docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. This guy is so evil, man. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. Yeah! Let's go show him. He got a fucking subpoena on this dude's ass. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. Oh my god, do you guys know what that is? Oh my god, it's a thing. Oh shit, I actually do know. I was trolling, but I do know what that is. That's the pocket watch. That's the top of the pocket watch. Remember, Gregson's pocket watch had a little thing missing on top. It just had like a thing sticking out the top. That's the top of it. He has Gregson's pocket watch remnants. Ooh. Mikatoba, your friend is in trouble. Mikatoba's kind of a tattletale though, to be honest. Nobody likes a snitch. He's literally snitching on his own friend for no reason. What is that? Say, Shiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Small component! Let's go small component. I actually pop off for the small component, I'll be honest. That's the best character in the whole game so far. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. "3rd November, 12:10 p.m. The Old Bailey." Okay, this is it. This is literally the very last segment of the very last trial of Ace Attorney. This is it. This is gonna be the whole thing. This is the final case. We're in case 505. And they said this was the last trial. So it all comes down to this. I have to preserve my 3 pips to survive and find the truth behind Gregson's murder? And then also the professor shit too. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed.
Oh no!
He hasn't though, Sholmes found him. Oh, the judge? Yeah, Strongheart actually took over. Strongheart, we just showed up to court today and he's like, not only am I the new judge, there's no jury or anything. It's just him deciding it on his own. He's such a good guy though, so I really trust him, you know? I really trust that he's gonna have our best interests at heart. Look at this. This is what I think it is. I think that little dingle we got was the top of Gregson's pocket watch. See how there's this metal shit protruding out the top? I think that is the small component.
Bro, please, bro. Why you
Hi, Jimmy. I know that's your little ass already, because no one else would make a fucking noise like that. No one else would make a crazy ass noise like this. Look, there's a little slot for it to go to. Oh, small component, how I love you. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? That's the same one. That's not... He didn't say the N-word. He didn't say the N-word. I'm happy. I'm so scared of those COD lobby blurbs because I know one of them is going to have the N-word in it. It's the part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time. Woo! Told you. It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. I also deserve a crown, IRL. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a shiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Are we doing movie night? Yeah, tonight we're gonna watch Transformers by Michael Bay, all three of them. It's gonna be a triple feature all night. So we're doing an all-nighter of Transformer movies tonight. Just FYI. Why? We voted on it. We voted on it in the stream chat earlier, like an hour ago when you were here. We took a popular vote and Transformers blew the competition out of the water. What do you think, Mr. Zato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Yeah, Chimichanga, you're fucking transphobic, dude. You hate Transformers. That's messed up. That's messed up, man. You should watch, we're gonna make you watch all the Transformers movies so that you'll no longer be a transphobe. You fucking Decepticon. You fucking Decepticunt. A perfect fit. I knew it. All right, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new info. I knew it right the fuck away. I knew it immediately. Well, not immediately because I was trolling at first, but then I figured it out in 2 seconds. A small machine part in the grouse. You hate the Transformers? Well, get fucking blocked, Chimichanga. I believe in Transformer rights, okay? John says Transformer rights, as they say. I have the fucking Transformers flag behind me as well. I just, you know, green screened it out is all. A small part of a machine. It's the crown of Gregson's pocket watch. Yick! That's pretty powerful. Moki just 3-0'd Spark. Woo! Get his ass out of here. Get AMSA in first place, man.
You're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to.
You're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to. Oh, pussy.
I really want to get good at doing that guy's voice, but it's really fucking hard. He has the most echoey, bumbly voice ever, because he's just got this giant fucking cavernous fat guy mouth. It's really hard to do the voice properly.
Your little pussy belongs to me. You're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already killed him! There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. Get fucking owned, bro. You just got racisms by your own race. That's like when I talk smack about white people all the time. Kazuma is just Japanese John.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won, sucker.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony.
Mexican.
But you are Mexican. And there can be only one conclusion, that the accused is Mexican guilty! All relevant testimony? Far from it! There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. It's not even over! The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Seishiro Jigoku, the very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Jigoku, you found him?
But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk, thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Oh my god, it's really heating up now.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth.
Oh, it's not even over. I thought that it was completely over. To be continued. But this is the last case, you understand. How can you to be continued the final case of the whole game?
Now that just doesn't make a lick of sense if you ask me. A country boy like me ain't used to these to be continued.
The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. This is just like that theme from the first game of the seedy undercurrent of London that nobody knows about. This is a certified Persona 4 moment, holy shit. It better end today, man. I'm hoping it ends in like 30 minutes, because otherwise it's gonna be 30 minutes next Saturday, and then it'll be over within the first 30 minutes. This one is definitely like at the very end, but then at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Ask me, because if it's not love, then it's the bomb. The bomb will bring us together. Fun fact, bombs don't bring people together. In fact, they explode people apart into little pieces. 3rd November, Sholmes' Suite. That looks like a delicious Thanksgiving turkey evening. It's Thanksgiving in real life. How do I always do this and play games at the perfect time? We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Shigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikatoba. Man, Ryunosuke is stealing all of Susato's lines these days. She can't even say poor Professor Blank at all. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put it upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. He's hungry? Man, Sholmes has such a fucking flair for the dramatic, man. I need to fucking know, because I'm going into court in 2 seconds. And he won't tell me. He won't tell me about this mysterious telegram. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. That was perfect timing. It moved with his lip flaps and every fucking thing. Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. I'm hungry. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Only 2 of those foods were real foods, and the rest was like made-up British nonsense. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. Eat the made-up Grinch food that I prepared. In that case, I'll have a slice of roast beast. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Don't play toilet flushing sounds. Over poor Sherlock. Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. She thinks that he's her dad. She thinks that this Watson fellow was her dad, but I don't believe it. I think that's dumb. British food is pretty disgusting. They eat jelly babies. British people literally eat jelly adrenochrome on the fucking daily. When I was in England, I went to a train station and they were selling jelly babies for you to consume. That's actually a real thing British people eat. They eat babies filled to the fucking brim, filled to the ass, filled with jelly. And they're called jelly babies. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Okay, good. Thank fucking God they're running this back. Oh! Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? Thank God they're not doing that stupid thing where they're sisters. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikatoba are Iris's father. Fatherless behavior! Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh! No, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
So just who is Iris's father?
Why are we going into fucking Maury territory? I don't understand why we're having a who's the father. This makes no sense.
No father?
Yeah, she definitely has no father at this point. I'm pretty sure Iris crawled out of what's known as the anime factory and just escaped into the wild.
Who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
Maybe for the third game that doesn't exist.
So then let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicioso.
Eat as much as you like, there's always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away.
Why is he all curled up? Why is he all curled up and pissed off like a big baby? Is he still mad that he got no pheasant?
No pheasant?
Everybody else is gone. It's just him, it's just the bro. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
That was a solid pun. That was a solid pun, Sholmes.
Still?
Yeah, we're still fucking balls deep in this trial. It's crazy. We've had a to be continued. We've had a cutaway to a different investigation. It's been going kind of crazy. Goofiest Pokemon. I like the new Pokemon so far. I want to play more Pokemon. Don't tell anybody this, but I'm desperately thinking of just saying that tomorrow is Smash Sunday and then playing Pokemon instead of pretending like nothing's wrong. I'm definitely thinking of just playing Pokemon while streaming under the category of Smash, having the room code and everything, and just gaslighting everyone into thinking that I'm playing Smash Brothers. What are you talking about, bro? I'm playing as fucking Marth right now. What do you mean?
It seems before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
I wouldn't actually do that, but what I am thinking of is like just setting up an arena for people to play in who want to play Smash, and then streaming Pokemon instead. I might do that. Because I definitely want to play more Pokemon. A poll, honestly, is not a bad idea. I might run a poll in the Discord. That makes sense. We have some unpheasant matters. That way it would be anonymous too. There would be no peer pressure. The telegram from Japan. I'll talk about the telegram from Japan instead. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan?
This? I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. Kei Osogi, Eishin.
Oh shit! This is the thing I was trying to remember the whole time, dude. Do you remember at the very end of the first game, they received that mysterious message at the end of that other trial from the guy who was like in the, he was like the Morse code man? This was the list that I kept trying to remember. So Kazuma, Asogi, Asian, Gregson, and Wilson. Interesting. Yeah, this is the Wakabee's ass list right here. Absolutely. Punday equals Pokemon Monday and Sunday. That does make sense. That does make a lot of sense. Oh my god. This also makes so much sense, though. Oh, shit. So I don't know. So Gregson, if they're gonna say that this is the people who, maybe this is assassee. You know what I mean? Maybe we are to believe that this is like a Reaper list, right? Like the Reaper of the Bailey list. But maybe it's not that simple. Maybe it's not just all 4 people are in the Reaper organization. Maybe it's like person to get assassinated and person to assassinate them. You know what I mean? Maybe. Keosogi / Asian. T. Gregson / J. Wilson. Plot twist, you're dead and this is all in your head. It's possible. Well, our friend at the very least fell over and banged his head and died at the beginning, and now he's magically back, so it wouldn't make any less sense. From Mass Effect. Exactly, it's just like Mass Effect. Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. I always explain it and then the game explains it. I just need to trust that the game will explain it. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. That is the most disturbing emoji I've ever seen. I don't want to think about Pac-Man having a tongue. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. I literally just explained this. A. Asogi Asian, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had to be sent by someone in the British government to someone in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it for you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names? Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. He signed it as me. What an asshole. That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. It's been there the whole time, right under our nostrils. Pac-Man does. Me and Pac-Man have great chemistry. If he was not a married Pac, I would consider making a move on him, but I'm no homewrecker. I'm not about to sit there and break up one of the greatest video game marriages all time. Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man. They're basically made for each other. They have the same fucking name after all. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Oh shit, they do look alike too. They might be fucking siblings, bro. That's messed up. They got that fucking Deliverance banjo playing in the background of all the Pac-Man games. No wonder Namco split them apart. I need to see what the Pac-Baby looks like. That Pac-Baby might be some fucking The Hills Have Eyes shit, man. That might be a deformed-ass incest baby Pac-Man. That baby Pac-Man's mouth is always open to a fucking 180-degree angle because of its deformity. It's got big-ass British teeth sticking out, too. Halitosis, the whole works. Big-ass lumpy. He's not even a circle, man. His ass is an oval. He's so deformed. My fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Dun 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 dun. He stole into Judge Jigoku's office. That is what it signifies. It signifies who made the fucking final mistake. Duplicate follows. K. Yasogi Asian. T. Gregson J. Wilson. Interesting. Because I don't know if it's just like part of being a Telegram. I have no idea about Telegram technology, but the slashes are what are jumping out at me personally. That's what jumps out at me, is that it's like name/name, name/name. It's not name/name/name/name. It's not just name. There's like very specific breaks in the information, which is probably important in some way. It denotes something. Let's see what Sholmes has to say. Oh, he won't tell me about it. Let's talk about Kazuma's death then, bro. Yeah, this guy died in the first game, and Sholmes lied. Sholmes was the one who like took his pulse and stuff, because it was on a ship, and no one was a doctor. And he convinced us this guy was dead. He was not dead at all. The tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Usoto. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my! You mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at the least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? Right, that's why you... Why he hate Kazumi so much? Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not someone who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? That's true. That is true. If you read the names top to bottom, and I'm pretty sure... I don't know, because I ain't no weeabooer. But I think in Japanese, you do read stuff top to bottom. So that would make a lot of sense. Asogi was supposed to kill Gregson. Asian was supposed to kill Wilson. So says Mr. Hosonaga. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? You're so evil, Mr. Sholmes. The terms of this study tour, I don't remember this guy's voice at all, were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Poor Mr. Asogi. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. He's so smart, dude. Sholmes is literally the good mastermind. I do find that to be a really fun character trope. Is like, what if an evil mastermind was actually just a good guy? It's like fairly rare, but it's fun. I like that character trope. So you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. Let's go, America! Woo! America's full of nothing but Russian ballerinas, if you could believe that. All thanks to Herlock Sholmes. What a guy. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Cosima from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh! An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events already existed a year ago, is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Yeah, no shit, dude. Sucker, but he won't tell me nothing. I must have to present him with something. Hey, he just gave me this, but maybe I'll give it back to him. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So, you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. What up, dog? What up, Chimichong? How you doing, man? What are you chogging about right now? Listening to some fucking tunes? Listening to some fucking beautiful orchestra music? You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Kayasogi, Asian, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. That's known as the Wilson rap. But we only learnt of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that we leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy. Hello? Just cuz, bro, how dare you? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was, oh, that's creamy. Ooh, I don't even want to know the context of that, man. That was disgusting. That was some Al Creamy stuff right there. Oh, that's creamy. You know what that reminded me of is our table is broken. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I am perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has the designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan.
Oh, that's creamy.
It is creamy, man. It's so creamy. 1 month after the list was transferred to Jigoku. Oh, so that's right before the Wilson murder. It totally is. It's telling Jigoku which of his little agents to send after somebody. That's what it is. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Yeah, it was that's the one thing that Sholmes got wrong, is that it was actually Chimichanga. Chimichanga stabbed Wilson right in the back of the heart, and Wilson exclaimed, right before he tragically passed, and I quote, "Oh, that's creamy!" And, you know, just kind of dropped dead right after. His lifeless husk fell to the floor. The human spirit trapped within had escaped. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
The 4 names are
See, I would think it's also possible that the 4 names are all people connected in some way to the professor case, but Asian is the odd man out there. The other 3, yes. The other 3 are connected to the professor case. Asian is unconnected. I don't think they have any connection to it.
As I said when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceasedly. What? Who? Jin, as it was transcribed in the Japanese script, was in fact Miss Asa Jin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah, Keosogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters. And the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
What's the matter, Iris? Why are you doing an angry groundhog face? So Dr. Wilson is dead then? Oh yeah, no one told her dad is dead. I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very saddy.
I just got a non-overworld Wait, what? Non-overworld evolution? What does that mean? Like mid-battle or something?
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but...
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you were in the overworld, but the evolve screen still shows you. Weird. That's weird. So it set you to a different evolution screen. Because the old games, it was like a dedicated evolution screen. It was like a dedicated way. It would take you to like a blue void or something. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that either. I don't think I've seen a non-overworld one now that I think about it.
We couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, my hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy?
Topsy hypothesis.
Yeah, I see what he's saying now. I see what he's saying now. He's agreeing with us. He's agreeing with our assertion. With our assertion? What do you mean your hypothesis was turned topsy? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Jin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Asa Jin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. A visiting student status being merely a front. Ah!
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram, I still think that the biggest fucking twist in Ace Attorney history is the fact that Jin is white. She's British, she's not Asian at all. I can't believe that. I thought she was like a secret Japanese assassin master of disguise. She's just a white lady, but her name is Jin. It puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you
there was another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean...
Kazuma!
He did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on the 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that?
He did say that he would do whatever it takes to go to Ingerland.
He said he would do anything to go to Ingerland. Assassin exchange. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain. Yeah, I get it! This is the third fucking time they're saying the same thing. Get on with it! It certainly does sound like an exchange. Yes, indeed, it's an exchange wherein one party exchanges their assassin to assassinate the other assassination target. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our countries. So the fact it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. Yeah, interesting. So, Mr. Stonkulon? Strongheart as he's known? Strongheart is, in fact, the Reaper of the Barley. And he used this system, this assassin trading system, to kill his targets. Weird. Contractual agreement, and he must be killing Gregson because Gregson got a little bit too close to discovering the truth. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes! If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears. I hold him. He pointed down. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Oh, that's why he was gonna go to France. It all makes so much sense now. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exposition. Exhibition! Stop saying exposition! That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. All right, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, take a look at the time, motherfucker!
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I liked the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris. Yeah, poor Mr. fucking Gregson, dude. Mr. Gregson was so close to escaping the Reacher's clumches.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. You were? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. This is gay as hell.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Cake, cake, cake.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow?
Preparing what? Hee hee! You'll just have to wait and see!
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. That was weird. That was kinda cringe, though.
You know, they just, listen, that might have been weird, but they just wanted a moment of levity. Will you not at least give them one moment of levity before the great trial? I mean, come on!
You gotta give them one moment at the very least. They're trying their best to make it all serious, but they gotta have some funny stuff too. Like that little girl saying she was the other girl's sister. Duh, it was story important. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posting new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden.
Honestly, I don't know if I should do the trial today. We have 30 minutes left in the stream. I don't think that's enough time to beat this game. And if I start the last trial now, then like next week it's gonna be so confusing to just jump in halfway. And who knows how much longer we have? It could be 10 minutes, it could be an hour and a half. I think I'm gonna save the rest for next week. I think I'm gonna save the rest of this trial for next week. I felt those I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon.
There's all the goobers. There's the fucking goober squad right there. There's the VTuber collab.
Because I was lucky enough to have
the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly beside me.
Aw, that was sweet. Not, it was gay. Get on with the trial, though. To be continued again? Come on, man. Ugh. I don't know. I'm gonna make an executive decision to call it for here for tonight. I'm not gonna end the stream, but I'm gonna switch games. I'll play some Pokemon for the last 30 minutes because I really honestly don't think that we'll be able to finish this all tonight. I just don't think it's gonna happen. Like, even if the trial itself is sub 30 minutes, which I guess is possible if it's just like a wrapping up thing, there's still gonna be like ending cutscenes and shit, you know? There's gonna be like the ending cutscene, there's gonna be the credits, there's gonna be all the conversations after the trial. I think there's just too much left. I think there's too much left to do it all today. And so I don't wanna go halfway into the trial and then have to stop. Just like, next week we'll finish it. I'll call it here. We'll go into the trial next week and just do all the rest of the game. Hopefully. Who knows how much fun? I thought today was going to be the last session like 2 hours ago, but no. Because think about all we have to do too, right? Like we have to finish this case, prove that dude is innocent, and then it's also obviously going to dive into the professor shit, which we haven't solved yet. I think it's more than 30 minutes worth, honestly. Yeah, if this goes straight into the next day trial, then yeah, okay, here we go. The 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Yeah, we'll save this for next week. We'll save the rest of Ace Attorney Chronicles for next week. We'll finish it for sure. And I'll play Pokemon for the rest of today.
All according to my plan.
No, but for real, I just straight up don't think we have time. Next Saturday, 4 p.m. Central. If you're late, you're going to probably miss the ending because there's probably not that much longer. There's probably not that much longer at Ace Attorney. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying Ace Attorney because I'm having a blast with it. Once they release the rest of the Ace Attorney games, we'll stream those as well. But to my knowledge, this is the last one that's been localized, which is kind of sad. Next Saturday, Ace Attorney will be finished.